Hello guys, my name is Mahdi, and in this video we want to talk about Flutter again and Flutter Web. In this course, we will create our portfolio with Flutter, fully customized design, and we deploy it on Firebase. We will add this information to our portfolio: a toolbar, a footer, hero widgets, experiences, courses, and testimonies. We use Riverpod, GoRouter, Firebase Firestore for remote connection, and also freeze package. One important note: Flutter is a great tool for cross-platform, for UI and everything, but the only thing that is matter, it's not the best choice for website that's we know that SEO is important. For example, in this portfolio, SEO is important, but it's a sample, it's a use case that we want to understand and learn more things. But you should consider this. If SEO is important to you, you should not use Flutter, and you should use other stuff. But for web applications, yeah, Flutter is the best choice. I really appreciate it. If you like this video, please support me by donate or subscribe, like, and everything you can. But thank you. Let's go.
All right, let's start with creating a new project. Use Flutter new project. I want to use empty application because I don't want to have comments or test folder now. And select my project folder. I call it portfolio. And waiting to build. And you can see this is our Hello World application without any counter application because we use empty project. And in here, if I choose my Chrome and press F5 and wait just seconds, we will see our Hello World application in a Chrome, in a web, and yeah, this is our application. And everything is worked correctly. All right. Let's start with home page. I want to create a home page .dart, and here this is an empty Dart file. I want to call it stateless widget home page. Import material. Okay, we have an empty container. Let's remove it and pass a scaffold in here. We have our home page, and we know that first things that we saw in our Figma file is the Appbar. We know that we have an Appbar at the top, and this will be stay at the top. If we scroll down, we want to see the Appbar at the top remains and don't change. Okay, but we don't care about other things. The only things that I want to add is my Appbar, and I want to do it with Appbar for the starting. This is a Copilot helper, but we don't want to do this. And this needs preferred size widget. We saw this on Flutter course, but currently I don't want to use Appbar. I want to use a body, and in a body I want to create a class my Appbar, for example. And in here, let's create my Appbar. Here I want to create a new my Appbar .dart stateless widget my Appbar. Okay, I want to change it to uppercase, rename, and change this, rename my Appbar, and in here I have my Appbar and I add it. Okay, first of all, we know that in our Appbar we have a row because our logo, after that we have a row. First of all, we have our logo. After that, we have our menus. We have a language toggle. We have dark mode, light mode toggle. And for implementing these, we know that we need a row. All right, let's implement our Appbar. In here, we have children, and in here, I want to add app logo. This is another Flutter widget. After that, I want to add, for example, our menus. After that, I know I have, we can call it language switch or toggle. And after that, we have theme toggle. Correct? Let's create all this stuff. First of all, I add and I will create these classes here, and after that we put on separate files. For example, here we have a stateless widget. I call it app logo, and app logo, for example, contains a text widget. First of all, it's not good to add a hardcoded string, but we want to test our application first. Okay, in here, this is my portfolio. Okay. This is our app logo. We have some app menu, stateless widgets, app menus, and in here we have another row. And let's add some text here. For example, I know I have a home. Duplicate from these. Oh, come on. And after home, we have courses and blog and about me. Okay, let's press this. We need language toggle. Let's create a stateless widget, language toggle. In here, we know that for toggle, we can use a switch, value false, and this is a value for unchanged. This is a switch, and we have exact. We don't have any language toggle. I'm sorry, this is not a language toggle. This is our theme toggle. But for language toggle, we have a pop-up menu. I put a pop-up menu button. This is another widget. And in here, we have to return a list of items. You can see in here, Copilot help me. This is our, for example, 3 items that for the sample is here. And let's see what's happened when I start my project. On the main, I have to change the home and pass home page to start our project from home page. Let's start in Chrome. And you can see we have an ugly design, and I know that. This is our portfolio. This is another row, home, course, blog, about me. This is our language selector, English, Hindi, or Spanish. And in here we have a toggle for our language, for our theme. That's could be dark or light. But let's make it better because it's not really like our application on Figma. All right, let's start at some spacer. For example, in after our app logo, we have a spacer. After our menus, we have a spacer. And let's see what's happened. And you can see in here we have a better vision, at least, but it's not enough. We need to add some style to our text here, to our text here. These menus need to be hoverable and clickable. And maybe in future, I need to add some space between these 2 items. Until now, we have our app logo, but we know this doesn't have any style. For defining our style, one way is on a main. We know that we have some theme and we can add theme data. And we have to remove const from here. And we can add our styles. For example, text theme, and in here you can add all of your styles. But as you know, our text themes that we have in our Figma file doesn't relate it to our material default styles. And because of that, I want to create another file and make my custom themes, custom text styles. Here, I want to create another file. I called app text styles.dart. As you see on Figma file, I have different text styles for mobile or desktop. Because of that, I want to create an abstract class. I call it app text style. And in here, I have some kind of styles that I want to create. Text style, get title, SM bold. Text style, get. These are some getters that when another class extends this class, have to override and implement these getters. Okay, body, MD medium, text style, get title, LG bold, text style, get title, MD medium, another body, LG bold, and I have another things, body, LG medium. Okay, I have these styles, and I know I have two types of these styles. If you see on a Figma file, you will understand we have, for example, title SME bold has two implementation, one for small and one for large. Okay, I call a class, or I can put it down, class small text styles extends app text style. And I have to implement all of these styles for a small. Okay. Remove these to-dos. Okay. Okay. Here, this is my implementation. I have two implementation for this abstract class, app text style. And I have small text styles and large text styles. If you see the Figma file, you will understand we have different size, for example, for our title in mobile and in desktop. And because of that, I create two implementation for this app text style. You can see, and you can see on the screen, these are dependent on our Figma file, and we have two implementation for this app text style. One important thing is these are not a rule. For example, you don't have to add exactly like these names for your project. Maybe you can easily, on your main page, you can easily add a theme and add theme data. I have to remove these theme data, and in here you have text theme, and in here you can add your themes. These are the names of material text styles. You can implement these, and it's depends on your design. It depends on your Figma file or any other application that you have. These are not a rule, but because I have some different styles and I have some custom styles, I prefer to use my custom text styles for my application or for my website. Okay, and okay, and you can see this implementation. You can see the implementation on the GitHub file, or you can see in here. Okay, I want, for example, let's try this on our homepage, my Appbar for our portfolio text. I want to pass a style. it's easily, we can, for example, I want to use large text styles here, and I want to pass title large bold, okay? Oh, it's crashed. Let's start again. And you can see I have my text style here for portfolio title, and this is a fixed and a static text style, and it doesn't relate it to device size. But you know, we don't want this. We want to have dynamic text styles. For example, if my device is a small like this, I want some smaller portfolio text, and when my device is larger or is on a desktop, I want to have these because we pass only large text style. We can change it to a small and save again, and you can see this is smaller, but we don't want this for desktop. We want large for desktop and small for mobile or tablet or whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, we have a class to understand what is the current device width, because the only things, or my opinion is, for now, I want to consider the width of screens, and for example, the width is, I don't know, 600. It's a mobile, or if more than 600, that means it's desktop. For achieve width of a screen, we have a media query .of context .size .width, and here, if I save this to the width, you can see, and I can print here, and let's say on a debug console, I want to see my, this is my device screen width, and you can see when I change my screen size, it's changed, the value is changed, okay? It's very helpful for us. And with that, we can easily change our style. For example, in here, I can check if width more than 600, use large text style, otherwise use a small text style. Let's see. You can see we have a dynamic text style. And now we have our functionality and we know how we can do this, but it's not very good because we have lots of text in our application and we want to get easily the current text style. How we can do this? For this, I create some extension. We have extension for our context. I called style context. I don't know what, maybe it's not a good name, but here we are on context and we can get media query. Media query.of gives us a media query data, and I called it MQ. And with that, I can, with mq.size width, I can get width. With mq.size.height, I can get height. And I have an enum for my 3 type of devices that maybe I have. For example, I have mobile or tablet or desktop. And these are depend on the screen width. You can see in here I have a getter, and I have a getter because I want to use this getter when this is useful for me. I can easily when I have context, I can get easily the current form factor with context.form factor. And it's check the width. If it's lower than 600, that means this is mobile, or if between 600 or 900, that means it's tablet, or otherwise this is desktop. And I have 3 Boolean getter that's check current form factor, and I can easily check context that is mobile. That means is that current device is mobile or tablet or desktop. And the beautiful things is our text style. Here, with our form factor, we can, because we have abstract class, we can easily check current form factor and return the correct text style. For example, for mobile and tablet, we use a small text style, And for desktop, we use large text style. And with this, we can easily go in here, remove this, and style context.text, style dot title, LG bold, and remove these items. And you can see we have the same result. It's fully dynamic, and we have our text style. Very nice. All right. I wanted to add localization in my application because our application is multi-language, or our website actually is multi-language. And for do this, it's a very easy. First of all, we have to add these two packages, Flutter localization and Intel. And let's do this. I copy these. Let's move it here. And in our debug console, in our terminal, Flutter pop add and add Intel package. And after doing this, when you go to your main, you can add your localization delegates. It's an array, global material localization delegate, global widgets delegate, and global Cupertino delegate. We have to add these, and we can add our supported locates. For example, for my website, let's add locale en and locale fa for Persian or Farsi. We have these two language, and yeah, this is good for now. I am checking the documentation because I'm not actually remember all of this configuration. These are the same thing for all applications that you want to add. And on our PubSpec YAML, because we want to add our message, we want to add our message and text. For example, this portfolio or this home in Persian is another name, another keyword, or in another application actually is another keyword and another text. And because of that, we want to add our message. Let's do this. For example, for the first, we have to open PubSpec YAML, and in a Flutter section, we have to add generate true, and in a root of your project, you have to add another file called l10n.yaml. Okay, and we have to copy and paste these two lines, these three lines, sorry. And here, when I paste that, it will create another. Okay, let's save it. PubSpec YAML. And okay, we have a problem because we are referring our ARB files to this location, and we have to create another folder here, l10n, and in here we can create our ARB files. Let's see. For example, in here we have appen.arb file, and I have another folder, another file for appfa.arb file. This is for Persian and this is for English. For example, let's use this word. In here, this is like a JSON file, but it's very same. You can install ARB extension to your VS Code or your Android Studio, and it's help you to organize. And for example, here it's find a problem because we have to add this. And here for home, this is a key, and for value we have home. Okay, I save these. And for Farsi, this is on Farsi, I'm sorry. For English we need these, and for Farsi we use same keyword, but the value is different. For example, in Farsi we called home khane. This is a Farsi word. Okay, I save both of them. You can see I have the same keyword, same key, and different value for English and Farsi. This is our first. Okay, and after that we have to run Flutter pub-get, or we can easily with our pub-spec we can refresh these. And in our main we have another localization delegate. It's called app localization. Let's copy and paste because it's, I think, and import these. It's not imported yet. We have a problem, I think so. We save all the files. Let's check something here. Import. Yeah, there was a problem with import. You have to import these, and sometimes app localization can't find automatically. And here, let's go to your app in our Appbar and go to app menu. Here, we don't use hard-coded text. We can easily replace these with app localization. It's not find. Localization, oh my god. Dot. It's not imported. Let's import from main. In our Appbar, import these. App localization dot off context, and here you can see we have our home. We have our home. This is a string. But why we have problem? Because we have to check this. Okay, as a non-null. Okay. And when I save this, you can see I am seeing home. But if I change my current locale, for example, the locale is, these are supported, and I can pass a locale. Locale fa. And if I save again, you can see I can see the Persian keyword. And because Farsi is RTL, because text direction in Farsi is RTL, my Appbar, my whole of my screen is reverted, and these are RTL from right to left. And you can see. Okay, and after that, for now we don't want to add this, but after that we can add a functionality to change dynamic our languages from here. But for now, let's remove this. We don't want to add other keywords. And the important note that I want to mention is when you start your project, it's better to do this at first, because currently you know that we have to change all of our hard-coded text, and if you don't do this from the start of your project, you have to do all of these refactoring, and it's take a time. And for now, let's add these 3 items in here. Home, courses, blog, and about me. And after you save this, you have to go to your pub-spec YAML and save again to run pub-get. And here I can easily replace this with courses. Let's replace this with blog, and replace this with about me. Okay. I want to simplify this for us because we don't want to add all of the time app localization that off context home. It's too much. Okay, we know that we have our extension here, and I can easily add and cut these, bring it here, import these, and cut these. And okay, and in here I want to add this. I want to add a getter for app localization. I want to call it texts. All of our text is here, or messages. It doesn't matter. You can change your keyword, but I want to get app localization of these contexts, but we know that it's a nullable app. Maybe it's null, and for that I have a method that's called lookup localization. That's search for a localization and called const locale en. We check if we don't have app localization. We use this method, and this method lookup logic when only language code is specified. Okay, and yeah, I think this is good for now, and I can easily replace these contexts, texts. This is very easier now. I like this. And you can see we have the same result. Okay, now let's add some themes to our app, add some color and other things. I want to create another folder in my lib. I want to call style, and in a style I want to add app colors. New file app colors.dart. Okay, in here I want to add my colors. Here I have a class. It's again depends on your Figma file, depends on your design, but currently I know I have these colors. Let's copy I want to copy my color from here, color, and I have these color. I have another color, dark background color, and I copy the color and paste it here. And I have a gray color, but let's write this const gray, and this is a material color. When you have material color, you can add your variety of shades. You can add shades of colors. For example, in here I have a map, and I can add my shades. I'll copy and paste, and I will tell you. Here I have, for example, 100 shade is a lighter color until 900. You can add all of your shades, but I have these shades, and I bring these shades from my Figma, and primary shade is 100. That means the first color. Okay, I have these colors here. These are my static colors, and I want to use these colors in my project. I want to create another file in here, and I want to call app theme .dart. In here I have a class app theme, and I have two type of themes, dark and light. And for doing these, let's first of all, I want to create, okay, for example, I want to add, first of all, I want to add dark color. I add theme data get dark. It could be a static, and in here I can return a theme data. Okay. In here, first of all, I want to use material 3, true. We can add our font family, but let's add it later. And after that, I want to add my scaffold background color. I want to add a scaffold background color in my app colors.dark background color. And one thing that we are currently working on is our Appbar, is our toolbar at the top. And in here for theme data, we have Appbar theme. And I can add Appbar theme. And in here, I can add my color of my Appbar. And I use appcolor.gray, but shade of 900. Because this is a dark and I want to have dark Appbar. Okay, it's enough for now. I will add other things in future, but for now, let's keep it simple. And in my main, I can easily add my dark theme app theme.dark. Why? Because we use const value in here, and because of that we have a problem. Okay, and in here, nice. Okay, and for now I want to add my theme mode, because currently we are, for the default value, we are on dark, not light, because if you see the website, we are trying to work on dark models first. Let's save. And you can see my page convert to black because our theme mode is dark, and we use dark theme for our current and default theme. And you can see currently my text is black, but when we are in dark mode, our text need to be light, or for example white. And because of that, let's add our color schemes. And let's add our colors. For primary color, I use appcolors.primary color. For background, I use appcolors.dark background color, because we are in dark mode and we want a dark background color. And for on background, everything is on a background. I use appcolors dot gray and shade of 100. And you can see currently my texts are changed. Okay, for now these are enough, and I have color schema.dark, and I add these 3 item primary or primary color. For background we use dark background color, and for on background we use gray shade of 100. And yeah, you can see our texts are work correctly. And the other things that I want to implement is my Appbar. In here, I want to wrap it with container because we want to add some style to these. And in here, I can use color, context, or theme.of context.appbar theme.background color. We can't see the differentiate because both of them is dark and background, and both of them is dark color. It's not very obvious in here, but for now we want to keep this. And when we are in a light mode, this background color will be changed, and we will add our themes and colors when we are going to our project. But for now, this is enough. We are working on dark mode for now. Okay, let's add some paddings. Currently we have our dynamic text style, but I want to add some padding. If you see in here, we don't have any padding. We need some space from left and right. But to do this, we know that our padding is also is a dynamic. For example, in mobile and in small screen, we want smaller padding, but in large screen, we want larger padding. For implementing these, I want to create another style file. I call this app size.dart. And for these, I want to create an abstract class. And for now, I want to create a getter called padding. This is our main padding that's, for example, for age of screens, we want this padding. I create these and we call it, for example, app in sets, for example. And in here, I want to create two class. First of all, called large insets, extends app insets, and in here, I have to override my padding and class small insets extends app insets, and after that I have to override these. We know that for large insets we have 80 for our padding, and for small insets we have 16. Okay, it's very good. And after we have these, I can easily add a padding here, edge insets. I want to add only symmetric for horizontal, and add, okay, let's add another in our context. If I go to my context extension, I want to call app insets get insets, and in here I want to add a switch exactly like this. Let's copy and paste. And for here, I want to check my form factor, and if it's on, it's different. I want to add this case in here. Let's you, and in here, small insets, and here large insets. Okay. For my mobile, I want a small instance, and for tablet and desktop, I want a large instance. Let's check. Okay, let's in here add our padding context dot insets dot padding, and you can see here we are in tablet and desktop. We have the same padding, and when I go to the mobile size, I have a smaller padding. Okay, currently we add our padding dynamically exactly like our text style. All right, and for the height of these, for the starting, let's add colors.red. This is only for now. I will change this later, but because I want to see our area of our Appbar, I want to add a hard-coded color. I will change this, but now you can see I have my dynamic Appbar, and I want to add a height for that. How we can do this? I will go to app size. I want to add another instance, double get Appbar height. And in here, override these. On a large screen, we have 64 for Appbar height, and in a small, we have a smaller size, 56. Okay. Okay, let's add our height context dot insets dot Appbar height, and you can see in here we have dynamic Appbar height. When I'm in mobile, we have a smaller app height. When I'm in large mode, I have larger height. Nice, very good. Another things that I want to add is, if you see when I move my widths, when I increase my widths, these are these are very, very unlimited widths. When, for example, I go to my website, the live version, currently, if you see, when I change my size, these are dynamically current, but until some widths, for example, until here, if you see, the widths are fixed, the widths of all of the screen, and we have empty space here. After some specific max widths, I want to add some max widths to our website. We want to create a responsive web site, okay? But we don't want a responsive for larger screens, for example. Here, I have a very, very, very static max widths for my website. If you see again, here it is responsive, but this is dynamic now, dynamic until here. The title fixed, all of my website is fixed, and only the background color is large, and the other things keep static until specific widths. Let's add this to our code. To add these, I have to wrap my child with a widget called constraint box, and in here we have constraint, box constraint, and I can add max widths. For example, here I want to add this max widths, and let's see. This is dynamic, and after that, when the max width is passed, the other section will be empty and we don't have anything here because we add our max widths here. I know this is not a very good looking, but we will fix that. Don't worry about that. But first of all, let's add this in another file because I don't want to hard code this here. I will go to my app size. In here, I want to create class insets and put a static const max widths. Okay, and in here I can easily use insets.max widths. Double. Okay, don't worry about this ugly face. We will fix this, but we want this. We want to keep our we don't want to add unlimited area for our website. We want to keep it in a center. We want to keep it static max width. We want to add this. Maybe you have another idea, but I like to have max widths here. We have this problem, and I will fix this with only one parameter. It's very easy because currently our container doesn't have any alignment. We can add alignment. That's center, and after we do this, our alignment container knows, okay, we can add this constraint box in the center of whole of this container. And when I increase that, you can see we have exactly our max width is in here because we passed alignment, and container knows how can handle this. And before that, because we don't have any alignment, it's our container being exactly the same size as a child, but because we put alignment, it's fill all of the screen, but the child will be at the middle of the, because we put center. If I put, for example, center left, you can see we don't have any problem that we have before with empty space. Our container is the max width. the full width, but because we have alignment, container knows how handle the child and bring all of the content to the left, but we want to have a center. Okay, nice. All right, currently we add our child to our app bar, but we know that when we are in a small size, we don't have this. We don't want to have this because our menu item will be go to our driver menu, not fixed at the top. Let's open my website. You can see when we are in mobile, we want this. When we are in tablet or desktop, we want this. Okay, let's implement this. How we can do this? It's very simple. First of all, in our row, we know that our app logo is remain in all the size. Our app menu, that means our large menu, will be here if context.is desktop. If we are in desktop, we want this app menu. After we have a spacer, we know that language toggle and theme toggle will be remain in both sides. And here, if we are context.is mobile, when we are in mobile, we wanna, let's add, for example, for now, one icons dot menu. We have this. Okay, let's see what's happened. Currently, we are in tablet, and we have one problem. I will explain you. We are in mobile. We have this icon here. We don't have any menu. Here we are in tablet, and we don't show our menu. We want our menu for both mobile and tablet, but we know that we are not in the desktop and we don't have any menu. Let's add or here, or we can add is desktop, not in desktop. When we are not in the desktop, we want this menu. And yeah, we have the menu. We have the menu for tablet and mobile, and yeah, everything is worked correctly and exactly the things that we want. Another things that we can do is when we are changing our size, you can see all of these items here. For example, it's changed immediately and it doesn't very beautiful. We can add animated container here and add a duration, const duration millisecond 200. Let's see what's happened when we change this. You can see we have a better changing, if you see, because our height are changing, our padding are changing. We have a better and smoother. We can change these items. This changing text style animate and with animation, but I don't want to do that. I'm okay with this now. And actually, this is not very, maybe this is not very useful to use animated container because people actually didn't all the time do this. They usually open our website in mobile or desktop, and maybe in most of the time they don't do this. We are doing this because we want to test our app, but people are when people want to see our website, if they are in mobile, they don't want to change they can't change the size, and when they are in a desktop, they don't want to do this because they want to see our website. They don't want to change this. Okay, and this is only for beautiful things. I add these. And actually, our app bar is done. We have lots of things in our app bar. We have our custom things, but I know lots of things need to be changed here. For example, our menu doesn't work. Our toggle need to be changed. Our menu need to be clickable. And let's do this. It's very easy. First of all, in here, I want to create another folder. I call it widgets. Okay. And in here, I want to add another folder called Appbar. In Appbar, I want to move, for example, my Appbar is a widget in here. Okay. And I wanna replace this icon with our animated icon. I wanna create another file here. I called Appbar driver icon .dart. And here we have a stateful widget. Appbar driver icon and the material. Okay. Here we have an icon button. We know that. Icon button. And for the icon, I want to use animated icon. What is our icon? Animated icon. Menu close. These are predefined icons. You can use some packages or anything you want, but currently it's worked for me. I want to use pre-made animated icons by Flutter, menu close, and the progress needs some animation. If you see, this is an animation of double. We need to fill this. Okay. Let's add a comma here, comma here. Okay, how we can put our animation here? It's very easy. In here, we want for example, one controller, one animate controller. I want to call it animated controller. Animated controller. And we have late animation double animation. Okay, and we can easily put this animation here because the type of these is animation of double. Okay, but we need to fill these two items. First of all, we have init state here. I can easily fill my controller here with animation controller. And this is in here. And for duration, const duration millisecond 200. And because we need add a width here, single thicker mixing, because we are passing within these. Okay, we have our controller here, and let's fill our animation. Animation is tween animation because it needs to be changed between two value double, and because we are using tween, we need begin and end, first and second, from 0 end to 1. But animate with controller. Okay, let's see. We need to replace this with our Appbar driver icon. It's not changed. Why? Because we are not changing our controller, because currently our controller, all of the things are passed, but we need some feature when on press tab, we need to forward or reverse our controller. For example, how we can do this? I want to add set state. And in here, I can add Boolean is open, false. And in here, I can if state if is open controller dot forward else controller dot reverse and after that we need to change is open is equal not is open. Let's test. Why it's not working? Oh my god, because here I choose a wrong. First of all, we need to replace this, change this, and here this is work. If it's not open, we want to open it, and when it's open, we want to close it. Okay, you can see here we have our animation. And let's review again. We need animation. We fill our animation config here, and when I press tab, when I press callback is called, we change the state and change is open. And when it's not open, we want to forward, we want to open the menu. And if it's not open, we want to close the menu. Okay, this is good for now. We have this animation controller, but we know that when this is opened, we want to show a menu here. All right. I switched to another studio and I want to follow and continue the coding in here. Okay. We try to complete our Appbar and currently we have not very beautiful Appbar, but let's add colors. Okay, let's change the Appbar background color. We know that currently in our app theme, we have Appbar theme and Appbar theme app color. We pass our color for dark theme. And in my Appbar, I will change this to context that theme, but we don't have any theme in our extension. Let's add it. For adding these to our style context, I want to add theme, get theme, and this is theme of this. Okay. I'm sorry, it's just theme data. And we can get our themes from here, and after that we can access to our theme.appbar, theme.app.background color. Yeah, let's save it. And you can see currently I have my Appbar dark, and when we change it to light, it will be changed. It's good. Thanks. Very good. At the bottom for our menu, I don't really like the style of the menu. Let's fix this style. In our app menu, I want to change these to, I want to rename this and change it to large menu, because large menu and small menu are different. And currently we are adding some hard-coded menu here, but I don't really like it. Save my menu somewhere else and I can easily change it. Because of that, I want to create a folder here. I call this constant. And in here, I will add a Dart file. I call it app menu list.dart. And in here, I have a class app menu list. I want to add my items here, but I want to add a static list of app menu get items here. And what is our app menu? Each menu has two concepts. Final string, the title of the menu, and final, maybe we have an icon for in future, but currently we have a string path, and that means the root of this menu should navigate the user. Let's create constructor for this. And in here, I want to return a list. A list of app menus. For the first title, I have context. We don't have any context. Let's pass our build context here. And in here, I can say context.text.home. This is my text. And where this app menu will be navigate, I want to create another folder here. I call this routes. And in here, I want to create a new a new Dart file, call it app routes. And in here, I have routes. First of all, I have home. And we know that home is a root. We have a static const courses. We have a static const blog. And we have a static const about. Okay, we have these four routes. And in here, I can easily say route.home. Routes. Okay. And we have four items here. First, home. After that, we have course. Blog. About me. And about. Okay. And after doing this configuration, I wanna read my menu. This is a row, and I totally know that. But for children, I want to get rid of this and press app menu and pass app menu. List dot get items dot map dot toList. But for each item, what we exactly need. I don't want to pass a text or anything else. I want to add a custom large Appbar menu item. At the bottom of these, or here, I think it's good. I want to create a stateless widget. I call it large Appbar menu item. And we have something here. For example, I have final string, the text of this menu, the final, the boolean is selected, because we need, if I open the, you can see in the website, if I go and change the selected. The selected color will be white and other is gray. Okay, and because of that, we need to know what is the is selected item. Is that selected or not? I want to add a callback final void callback on tap, and it's ready to implement. Let's add final fields here. Nice. What's happened in this file? Why this is not? Okay, we have some error. No problem. In here, I will add inkwell. And for ontap, I know I have ontap. For child, I have a container. And I have some padding, edge insets, that's symmetric. For horizontal, I put 12, and for vertical, I put 4. Maybe it's better to extract this number and not hardcode here, but for now it's good. Maybe I will change it. I think I create insets. Yeah, I have insets here. Let's add it in here and make our insets a little better. For example, I want to create a static double get med. This is for medium, and I put 12 here. I create another for a small double get x small, and I put it 4. And in here I can easily pass insets med, that medium, and insets x insets dot x small. Now you have to remove the const. I have this container, and inside of this container, I want to put my text. Child, text in here. But we need to pass style context dot. The style for both small and large is the same. If you see, both of them has the same style, and because of that, I want to use a static style. As I said, both of them is the same, and because of that, I want to use, in our app text styles, I want to use a small text styles dot body LG medium. I don't really need to read it from context. I can just create an instance from our class and read this. Okay. All right. And after here, I can use large Appbar menu item. The text is in e.text title. And for is selected, currently let's pass through for all of that, and let's add empty on tap. And you can see currently I have better style for my menu. Okay, let's improve our language selection and our light mode, dark mode. For doing this, I want to go to my language toggle, and in here I have two languages for my website. First English and second Persian. First of all, I want to crop this, cut it from here, and in my widgets I want to create another file, another Flutter widget. I call it language switch and replace this from here, rename this to switch. Okay. Okay, for each pop-up menu item, I have an item, pop-up language switch item. We have SVG pictures. We don't add it yet, but for icon, because each language item has an icon. And we have a gap. I will explain about gap now. And we have SEO text, and I will explain now. Okay, we have 3 items that we need to add for our project. First of all, let's add a SVG picture from SVG picture, Flutter. Okay. We need this package for having SVG in our app. I copy this and in PubSpec YAML. I have to add it in our dependencies. And we have a gap. And what is this about gap? We can use gap instead of size box. And gap understand, okay, we have a column and we need a gap between 2 containers. This is a vertical. We don't need to add size box, height 20. Or, for example, we have a custom scroll view, we can add sliver gap. Or we have a row, we can add this. We can easily change this column to row and everything work. This gap automatically handle, okay, we need vertical gap or horizontal gap. It's help us to have space and gap in our project. We use it in all of our project. Let's add it this also. We have Flutter SVG and gap. We need 8 pixel gap here. And what is SEO text? I will explain it in the end of the project, but for now, let's add a widget, SEO text, and let's rename these. And in here, I only add a text with text. And final text style. Okay, it's good for now. And let's close it. And it's good. Okay, let's add this as a non-named. Okay. And it could be null. Okay, it's work. Currently, for each language item, we have an icon, we have a small gap, and after that, the SEO text. I will explain about SEO text in the end of this course. But let's change the child from text to pop-up language switch item. The language is, I want a hard code for here because we don't want to read from our localization. These are hard code. And for icon, I want to create another constant here. I call it Dart file app icon class app icon. And let's add a static const string icons. The icons will be stay in assets icons. And I have a static string US for English. It's in icons, and after that us.svg, and a static string IR for Iran and Persian, because we want to use the flag of countries. This is icon ir.svg. All right, and we add our items here, but we have to create our assets in this project. Let's add another folder in this section. Not here. In this. Okay. In assets, I want to add another directory I called icons. And in the icon, I have US and IR. I will paste it here. IR for Iran and US for US. Okay, we have this, and in language switch, we can easily pass from app icon dot US. I have another for Persian. I called Persian Farsi, and in here I add IR. Okay, very nice. I want to add a child for this. Because for doing this, I added a row. This is the selected items, and in here we use language icon. We don't have any color schema in our context, but because we need a way to read colors from context, in my extension, I need to add another getter here. Color schema, get color schema, theme, that from theme that we add here, we can easily get color schema. And after that, when we do that, we read color schema and on background. On background is deprecated, we will change it in future, but for now, we add our color, add a gap, and we need to read our current locale. Let's comment this and run again our project. Okay, we have an error in our widgets Appbar. We have to change it to language switch. Okay, run again. Okay, we have this icon here, and when I open it, I have problem. Okay, yeah, we have a problem because we forgot to add our assets in our pubspec YAML. And here I add assets and add assets dot icons. Okay, let's run again. Okay, in here you can see we have English and Farsi, Persian. We have both. But the only thing that we need is to check the current locale of user, because currently we want to check what is current locale of users, and if it's EN, we pass EN side with the right side of this, and if it's not EN, that means it's Persian, we choose Persian. How we can achieve and how we can get current locale of application? It's very easy. We can get this, we can achieve this with localization dot locale of the context dot country code, for example. Okay, let's run. And you can see the country code for now is Farsi. Let's check it What is this exactly? Let's copy this and paste it here. Final test. I add the test variable here because I want to hot reload and check what is the value. This is null. Okay, we don't have any locale because when we are in main, we have to pass our locale now. What is our current locale? Our current locale is en. Okay, I add this, run again. And this is null. Why this isn't null? The language code. Run again. Yeah, the language code is currently is en. And when I remove these and resume my application, currently we check if it's en. What's wrong with that? Oh, because we have to get language code. Okay, it's worked now. We check language code from this, and when our localization is en, we put en, and when it's Persian, we put fa. That means Farsi or Persian. Okay, it's good for now, but we want really change our locale when I press each of these items. Currently, this is static, and because of that, I want to introduce Riverpod state management to handle this state in our application. Okay, that's enough for now, and let's go to Riverpod. All right, until now we have our language switch. And we want to change our app locale when user choose one of these pop-up menus. For example, if in here I pass a value to this and value 1 or 0, and in here I want to pass a value 1. After that, when I add another item on selected, I can easily get this value, and if value equal to 0, we know that our locale need to be English, and else we need to change our locale to Persian. For doing this, we can use either of state managements, but I prefer to use Riverpod. And the concept of Riverpod is that we can create some kind of providers, and we can read or watch or listen to this provider and react to this. For example, this video, if you want, please comment below if you want to create a full course of Riverpod. But in this course, I want to not very focus on Riverpod. I just want to use it in this project. But for doing this, I want to create a language. We know that for changing our language, this is a whole app provider. This is not, for example, one screen provider or one for a specific widget. It's need to refresh whole the app to change the language. And because of that, I want to create a new Dart file, and I call it providers. And in this providers.dart, I want to create some kind of providers that use in whole of the app. For example, for language, for themings, for some kind of providers that I know I want to use in the whole of the app. And for example, one of our provider is app locale provider. Okay, this is our provider. But how we can define this? We define a global variable, final app local provider, and we have some kind of provider that we can use. For example, I can use a simple provider, and we can't use because we didn't add Riverpod to our pubspec YAML. For doing this, we have riverpod.dev, and we can use get started, and we have some code generation or without code generation. I want to use without code generation, in our project. We can add these. Let's add. Okay, these are added, and we can enable Riverpod links to help us, some help for us to write better code. Let's add these in analytics option. Nice. And now, if I go to my providers, I can import the provider from here. And in here, I have a function that give me a ref object. For example, in here, I can return one string or whatever I want. We can better to define it here. For example, this provider have to return a string. And in here, I have a ref object, and with this ref object, I can access to other providers with, for example, ref.read or ref.watch. You can see in a minute. But AppLocal provider is not a normal provider, because with this provider, we want to have some kind of controller to change our locale, to read the locale, and we want to do something. With that, we normally return some kind of locale. For example, I can return a locale if I change these to locale. But we know that this has a state and we want to update the state of current provider. Because of that, I want to create a new Dart file. I call it app locale controller, class app locale controller, and I want to extend this with async notifier. We have some kind of notifier, and one of that is async. And when you have async notifier, you have to override build method. And in here, you can return everything you want. For example, this async notifier need to return a string because our current string, maybe it's en or fa, it depends on the current locale. And in here, I have to return a future or of a string. For example, I can simply return an empty string. But we want to read this current from our app shared preference. We want to have a simple storage, and we want, when user change the locale, we want to save this locale in our preferences, and when user refresh the page or reopen the app, we want to read that from our preference, because if we don't do that, every time users reopen the app, all of our change disappear. And because of that, we want to change it. But for now, let's keep it simple. And for default, I want to return en. This is our default. And I want to create a void change locale. This is a string new locale, and in here I want to update the state. With update function, we can update current state. This is our before, this is our latest state, and I want to simply return a new locale. And after we doing this update, other listener, when the other listener watching this controller, watching this provider, they update themselves. And in here, I want to return an async notifier provider. This is return. And in here, we have to pass our controller. What is our controller? This is our app locale controller. And what is the state of that? It's a string. And in here, I can easily app locale controller.new, and with this we create a provider that other widgets and other components can listen to this. For example, in our language, we can create, we need a ref. We know that we can, with ref, we can watch some kind of controller, for example, app locale provider, and I can store the state, the locale here. But I don't have any ref here. Because of that, I can change this stateless to consumer widget. And in here, we have additional item called ref, and we can watch and listen to the change of our app locale provider. In here, if you check here, when update call, this widget listen and watching this provider and change the current locale. The locale is an async value of a string, because we know that we have async notifier. It's not a sync, it's async. And for doing this, I can easily pass the value to this. I have an initial value in here, and I can check the current locale. Locale dot value. If it's English, we pass 0. If it's 1, if it's not English, we pass 1. Let's test our app. All right, I start my application, and if you see here, I have a problem, and it says if we read this log here, we will understand no provider scope found. When you want to use Riverpod as a state management to handle your state, or for example, you can see in this section, if I go to my language switch, in here I have consumer widget, I have ref, I am using Riverpod in here. For having and supporting Riverpod, you have to wrap your widget with provider scope. And in here, I want to wrap my material app to provider scope, or I think it's better to wrap it here. I can wrap it here, wrap with widget, provider scope, and add the const to that. And yeah, let me test again my application, and you can see our error is gone. And let's check our change. It's not work. We want to have text change. Let's check again. Okay, for now we are passing our initial value to here, but we have to check in here also. Let me check with that locale dot value, if it's en or it's fa. Okay, and after that we didn't call our change locale. We have to call this to change our state from en to another language code, and because of that we have some code here. If our value is 0, that means this is English, and because of that I have a ref.read. I want to read my notifier, and I call it here. We know that it's app locale provider, and we want to add change locale, but we don't have access because this is our provider, but we need to have access to our notifier. In here we have a notifier, and after that check locale, change locale, and to change our locale we know that if 0 is pressed it's en, and else it's fa. Okay, let's run our application again, and in here I want to check it Persian, English, and you can see it's work, and we have our states in our application, but we know that it's not saved. If I currently it's Persian, when I refresh and open again, you can see it's English because we didn't save our language to our shared preferences. And the next step is doing this. is save our current location, current language to our preference, and when application reopen, when our web page reload, we have previously saved language. For doing this, I want to create another folder in lib. I call it shared, and in here I want to create app shared pref.dart class app shared pref, and in here we have void set app locale to save the new locale, and it's a string locale, and we need to get my shared preferences. We don't have any shared preference, and for doing this we have add in our pubspec YAML. Okay, let me open add shared preference. Nice. And in here for setting app locale, I have shared pref one instance of shared preferences dot instance get instance. It's a future we have to await for this, and in here we can easily shared pref dot set string. The key is locale. Currently const static locale app locale. Static, it's need to be before of const locale, and the value is locale, but let's change it to locale key, and nice. And we want another future string to get app locale, and we have to do again this work. We can create another function to reuse this line, but let's keep it simple. Shared preference dot get string locale key return, and maybe it's null. If it's null, I want to return en as a default. The only things that we have to do is changing our controller. Let's go to our controller in app locale controller, and we don't want to return default. We have app shared pref. We can change these are to static. And in here app shared preference dot get locale, and it's work, and we know that it's future. We know that we have async notifier, and it's easily work. Okay, let's test again our application. Refresh our app. Okay, we have to hot restart. Okay, it's currently en. I change it to Persian and refresh again, but it's not work. Why? Because we only use get app locale, but we didn't use set app locale. For doing this, it's very easy to do. We know that in here, when we want to change our this, I want to do it async and await for app shared preference dot set app locale and new locale. It's need to be future void. Okay, let's refresh again, change it to Persian. It's currently Persian. Refresh again, and you can see our state not change, and we have Persian as a default. The only thing that is remain in this section is to changing our main and our application locale. When I go to the main, I have to change this to consumer widget, and in here I have a ref, and with that I can ref.watch because I need to listen and watch the change of app locale provider final locale, and in here I have to pass my locale to this. It's a nullable, and if locale.value and maybe it's null, because of that I have to pass a default, and we have to remove the const. And let's check again the application, and you can see it's Persian. When I change it to English, it's changed to English, and you can see we have a multi-language application for now, and it's work correctly. The RTL is work, the LTR is work, the changing words is work, the word is read from app.en and app.fa, and everything is work. And this section is done. All right. Until now, we implement our app locale. If I go to the main, we have our app locale provider. But if you can see, I create a class called app locale controller, and after that, I create a provider for that, and we are using this. We can reduce our boilerplate code with Riverpod generator. Actually, I'm a starter of Riverpod generator. I didn't use a lot the generator, but let's use the Riverpod generator in this tutorial. And it's very easy to use. If you see the documentation, you will understand. We can easily use Riverpod generator, and we don't need to know, okay, I need async notifier, or I want this, or I don't want this. You can only annotate with Riverpod and write your code. Let's see the documentation. In here, I check the code generation, and if you go down, you will see we add Flutter Riverpod, but we have to add Riverpod annotation, Riverpod generator, build runner, custom lint, and Riverpod lint. Let's add all of those. I think some of them is already added, but let's add Flutter pop add Riverpod annotation. Let's add in the dev Riverpod generator. Nice. I think this is enough. We have and build runner. Let's add build runner. Okay. And I can easily remove my providers because I really don't need that, because I want to use code generator. Move to trash. We have some errors because we don't have app locale provider, but we know that with app locale controller we can handle this. We easily annotate with Riverpod, and also we don't need to extend async notifier. We can easily, you can see class annotated by Riverpod must extend underline $sign class name. That means app locale controller, we can replace it here with underline $sign, and anything else will be same. We can remove here, and yeah, this is good. The only thing that remain is we have to add part app locale controller.dart and save, and we need to dart run build runner.bin. We have to run this to generate our code. And you can see another class created here. It's called appLocalController.g.dart, and we have the generated class for ourselves. We can remove a sync here. We don't need it. And after that, if I go to the main, I have to call appLocalController provider. This is the generated code if you see that. And other things will be same. We don't need to change anything. And let me check. I have to remove providers from here. I have to change appLocalController provider, and in here appLocalController provider. And yeah, let's run our code and see what's happened. And let's run our application, and you can see it's worked correctly. But the only thing is, yeah, and we can test our app. You can see everything is work. We don't have any problem, and we are using Riverpod code generator. All right, let's complete our app themes. Currently, we have only dark with small customization, but we have to add our light and lots of customization. I paste my code here, and I will explain you. All right, I add some change here, and if you see, currently we have to replace surface with background and unsurface with non-background because I'm using unsurface and surface for other purpose. I didn't change anything, and I keep it simple. You can see this code. Currently I have a get theme data because in here I am using some mutual things between dark and light, and put it some button style. You can see this code in GitHub, but you can see it's very easy, straightforward, and some style for primary button and outline button. You can see in here I have widget state property resolve with, and I am checking if a state is hover or pressed. Different code, different color, and if it's not and it's in normal style, I put another color. Okay. The only thing that is remain is it's this font family, because we know that we want to change our font family when our themes changed. Okay, the font is depend on appLocal. If our appLocal is English, I want to use another font family. If it's Persian, I want to use another font family. And because of that, I want to add a constructor for this final string font family, and add a constructor for this. And you can see our problem here is gone, but in here I have to initial this and pass a font family. Okay, but how I should add this font family here? First of all, let's go to public YAML, and you can see in here we don't have any font family. Let's add our font family here. I copy my fonts and I want to paste it in my assets. Here I have fonts for Persian and fonts for English. And in my pubspec YAML, I want to add my fonts here. Poppins and Yekan, it's for Persian. Okay, I have my fonts here. They are added. Okay, for doing this, I have my font family. And what is my font family? We know that we have to check our locale. If our locale dot value if it's en, I want to use Poppins, or else is Yekan. We can extract this line of code. I want to put it, for example, something here. String font family string locale. Maybe it's null, and cut this, return it here, and font family locale dot value. Okay, It's very straightforward. And also we have light theme, the normal theme. Copy this, paste it here, and pass the light. Nice. Let's rerun our application, and we should have our fonts now. And you can see currently it's worked correctly. We have our font style for our English and for our Persian. Both of them is work, and yeah, it's very nice. Let's implement our switch dark mode and light mode. First of all, let's add our controller for changing the theme. And now I want to move these two to our shared, because these are our shared things. And I want to create another file here, app theme controller dot class app theme controller extends app theme controller. Okay, and I want to annotate with Riverpod, and let's first of all run our build runner. Oh, I have to add part app theme controller .j.g.dart. Save again, rerun again. We have to add our build function here. And let's add, okay. And I want to return a feature of theme mode. Okay. And what should I do? When I go to my app shared preference, you can see I have set app locale and get app locale. Let's duplicate these. And in here, app locale, app theme key, and get app theme, because we want to save our themes. Shared preference, theme key. If it should return a theme mode, and theme key, I want to check if it's equals to dark or light. Return theme mode dot light, otherwise theme mode dot dark. Okay. And for set app theme, I want to add string theme, set theme key, and save the theme. Okay, very good. I have these, and I have to share preferences, app shared preference dot get app theme to return a theme mode. And also I have a change theme here. Let's copy and paste, put the theme, add a theme, but the theme is theme mode dot dark, otherwise light. And updates are let's start build. Okay, it's work. And now we have our everything that we want. And in here, it's very easily when I go to my theme switch, theme, where is my theme? When I go to the theme toggle. In here, for checking this, I want to change it to consumer widget, and I have a ref widget here, and ref.watch app theme controller provider final state, and it's depend on a state dot value, it's equals to theme mode dot dark. We have to change this switch, don't worry about this. And in here, when I change this, I have to change my ref dot read app theme controller dot notifier dot change theme, and I have to put my themes here. If value is true, that means user want to change it to dark, and I know that I have to pass theme mode dot dark, otherwise theme mode dot light. And what's wrong here? Because boolean I'm sorry, theme mode. Okay, let's run our application. You can see it's not correctly work. We can see are these changes apply or not, but the switches work correctly. How we can handle this? One thing that we forgot to add is in our main. If I go to the main, in here I didn't change my theme mode, it's static. For changing this, I have to easily use app theme controller, and I call it theme. And in here, for changing my theme mode, I check theme dot value and save again. And you can see currently our themings work correctly. Very nice. Alright, let's add our menu when we are in tablet and mobile. If you see, we don't have any pop-up menu in here. We want to show something from top to bottom and show our menu. And for doing this, I want to add something here. I want to wrap my animated container with a column. And below that animated container, that is our Appbar, I want to add my menu if I'm not in a desktop. If context.is desktop, I want to call it driver menu. And what is the driver menu? I want to add a file here, driver menu dot dart stateless widget driver menu. We have a container, and for this container I want to add a child small menu. We don't have any small menu. Let's create some small menu. We have large menu here, and the below of large menu I want to create a small menu. And in my menu items, I want to add a column, because in small, we don't have a row, we have a column. When we have a column in here, yeah, it's good. Small menu is in here, and driver menu import const. And when I go to here, small menu, I have my small menu here. I want to put a width double dot infinity, and for decoration, box decoration, color context dot color dot surface, and I want to add box shadow for this. Box shadow color context dot color schema dot surface dot with opacity dot 0.4. and blur radius 6 and spread radius 3. Okay, we have a very normal container in here, and let's see what's happened when I add it in here. Let's see, and you can see currently I have my menu at the bottom when I'm in tablet and mobile. But how we can disappear this? We have to connect this menu to this button. How we can do this? For doing this, I want to get help from animation controller, and in here I want to use driver menu, use a stateful widget, and add a width, single trigger mixing, because we want to use animation controller in here, and late final animation controller equals animation controller. Why I add this? And duration. Okay, let's add a duration, normal duration, for example, duration milliseconds 200. And we have a controller and we need an animation, late final animation. I want to use tween animation and with offset, because we want to change the offset of this container and open and close it. The first begin is offset. When we want to pass the offset, we have to pass x. The x not change, it's 0, and the y is -1, because we want to put it at the top. We want to put it away from our screen, and end it's offset, that's 0, the normal view. Okay, and also we want to animate this with curved animation. This is my controller. Oh my god, it's an animated container. Animation controller. And we sync this. Okay, and the curve, I want to pass curve is in. Nice. And let's add a dispose here, and controller.dispose, and let's use this animation. How we can do this? I want to wrap this container with a widget called slide transition, because we want to add a transition, and the position is the animation. The position is an offset and the animation of offset, and we use this because we want to have begin and end offset, and we pass this and we can use animation, and that's it. The only thing that is remain, we don't use this controller because we have to animate this animation with this controller. How we can do this? It's very easily could be done by making some provider. We can use some provider. For example, we can help from Riverpod. I call driver menu controller extends driver menu controller, annotate with Riverpod. In here I have to add a part driver menu .g.dart, and when it's built, let's run our Dart runner build. Very nice. Okay, in here, what should I do? We have a state here, and the state is, I think it's a boolean. Okay, it's a boolean, and in here I want to return false, because at the start point, at the first step, we don't open our driver, it's a false. But we can add, for example, something like open and update the state, state true, and copy and paste these, close, false. Okay, and let's run again our terminal Dart. For doing this, you can also add something like that, without something like watch, and it's listen to your change, and you don't have to run it manually every time. Why it's not work? Okay, we have to change it to future or, and now it's work. We have update, change it to true or false, and now in here we have to listen to this driver menu controller. We have ref dot, oh my god, change this to stateful, consumer stateful, consumer state, and it's a consumer state. And now we have ref here, ref dot listen. The provider is driver menu provider. The listener is in here, and we have to check something here. The next is our new value that comes. We have to check if next dot value equals true. We know that we have to controller dot forward, and else controller dot reverse. Okay, now we are listening to this provider and changing our slide transition, but the only things that is remain is connecting this provider to our, if you see, if I go to my Appbar, you can see in here at the end I have this Appbar driver icon, and in here when this is tapped, I can easily use ref. I don't have any ref here. Let's use consumer stateful widget, consumer state, and consumer state. And yeah, and here we can easily use ref.read driver menu.notifier.open or close. And let's add this in here. If it's not open, we want to open it. And if it's not, and if it's closed, we want to close it. Okay, let's test and see what's happened. Okay, let's refresh our app. Oh my god, something weird happening here. Let's rerun again. Okay, it's not work. Something weird happening here, and we have to check what's wrong here. Okay, we have to add clip rect here because because I'm not sure why, but the slot transition changed our size. I'm not sure about this. I have to investigate about this. Why we should use clip rect here, but here you can see it's work correctly. We have a slide transition, it's work, and yeah, that's it. Alright, let's implement our hero. And for doing this, first of all, we know that we have a background blur, a purple blur. And for doing this, I want to create a widget called background blur dart, and I want to copy and paste something here. We don't have any widths. Yeah, we have widths and insets, and let's add these insets here. Okay, we have this background blur, and when I go to my home page, I have Appbar here, but we have to do something else. For body, I want to change this to a stack, and in here, first of all, as a children, I have const background blur, and after that, I have something for body, something here for example, your hero. All of other things in the page is here. And after that, at the top, we have our my app bar. Let's run our application and see what happened. And you can see, currently we have something beautiful, something blurry, some shadow, purple shadow at the top, and I like it, it's beautiful. And in here, we want to add other things. All right, let's create some structure for our code. In here, I want to add another folder called future. And in features, I want to add another folder called home. In home, we have a presentation. And in presentation, I want to bring my home here. Okay? And after that, I want to have a hero widget in this file, hero widget.dart. And it's a stateless widget called hero widget. And in here, I want to return. We know that when we want to have a hero widget, at the top we have a powered by Flutter, and at the bottom we have a column, first powered by Flutter, and after the hero item, a hero widget. Because of that, I want to return a column, children text. I want to add only Flutter, and I will fix this. And here I have a check. Context dot is desktop if it is desktop, or context dot is tablet. I want to have a large hero, else small hero. Nice. Let's create our heroes here. Stateless widget, small hero. We have a column, and in this column we have a hero image. Constraint box. I want to wrap with a constraint box constraint, and the maximum width is 140. Add a const here, and also remove the key because it's a private class. And after that, after constrainted box, I want to add a space I want to add a gap, const gap, insets, Excel. I have to remove const, and after that I have some text, and I will extract these text, move it to another widget. Let's call hero texts. I have another space, gap, insets. Okay, and we have the buttons, the small hero buttons. We have large hero buttons and small hero buttons, and in here I put small hero buttons. Okay, let's add our hero texts. New file, hero texts .dart. We have a stateless widget, hero texts, and in here I want to return a column. For children, we have some text that we have to add in here. I will copy and paste the code, and we'll tell you about how this widget works because it's a long. Okay, I copied the text, the code, and in here I add another is desktop or tablet. It's a very simple. We can add this. Let's create variable, create in our extensions, and at the bottom bool get. We can check here like this, is tablet or is desktop. Okay, and we have to add text align to our SEO text. Final text align, text align, this dot text align, and text align, text align. Very nice. And what we need, text color background. Do we have this? No, we have to add this in our colors. We should replace this with on background. And text render style, we didn't put text render style in our SEO text. Let's add. Text render style. Okay, we don't have this because we didn't add the SEO text package. All right, let's add it. I add SEO render package. And after that, we will have this. Okay, very nice. And this is this dot text render style. I will tell you about SEO render at the end of this video, but because I just want to have this code complete, because I am trying to copy paste and get rid of some more explanation. I want to add easily this code, and with this gap, because I wrote this code before with another architecture and structure, I am trying to change it, and because of that I copy paste some of the code and explain you. Okay, in here we have some gap. For implementing this gap, I want to add insets. We don't have any SM. I will add. Okay, we have SM here, and replace this with this color again. We have LG gap insets dot LG. We don't have LG. Let's add. Very nice. And in here, text color surface. It's color schema dot on surface. Okay, it's very easy. And in here, I want to check if I have a column. In both cases, we have a column for our text. But if we are in desktop or tablet, we want to put at the left or a start. But if they are in a mobile, we want to put all of the text center. And because of that, we put this code here, and everything is work. And we have our hero text here. I put a const here. And let's add our buttons. I want to create another file here. I want to call hero buttons dot. Rename this. And hero buttons, I want to copy and paste my code and explain you. We know that we have two buttons for our buttons in hero, and one of them, when we are in large, we want to put low. We want to put as a row. When we are in a small, we want to put in a column, in a vertical mode. And for now, we need two common widgets called primary button and outline button. Let's copy and paste both, and I will tell you about them. Okay, I paste here. We have a primary button that we use elevated button, and this elevated button using our themes that we add before. We have a text here. We have an outline button and with a text. And yeah, these are very simple buttons that we are using. And after that, we can use our primary button and outline button, the text, and let's add our gap here. Very nice. We have our buttons, and in here I want to use small buttons. And let's add our large hero. Stateless widget. Large hero. And in here I have to in here we have a column, but in here it's different. We have a row, and in our row we have a children expanded with flex, expanded hero image. We don't have any hero image now, but we'll do. Wait a minute. Also, we need hero image as a child for our constraint box here. We have a gap, insets, XX large, and expanded, column, children, and in here we have a hero text again. We have a gap, insets that XXL, and in here I have a large hero buttons. Very nice. The only thing that is remaining, I want to add a flex 2 here. Okay. And where is our hero image? Let's add our widget's hero image. In here, file, hero, image dot. And this hero image is very straightforward widget. It's aspect ratio. Aspect ratio, it's depend on your picture, because it's a picture of me, and I know the aspect ratio. I put aspect ratio that has a good looking. And here, the only thing that is remain is to add this picture in our assets image. Add a folder, image, and this is me. Okay, it's very nice. And in our pubspec YAML, I have to add image and hero image, const and const. I think everything is good, and the only thing that is remain is to add our hero image here. Hero image. Let's see what happened. Okay, we have something like this, but it's not correct. We should fix this. I'm sorry, hero image, not hero image, hero widget. Okay, we have this. It's not very bad, and you can see when I'm in desktop mode, we have a row. When I change it to mobile, we have a vertical, and we have a column, and everything is good. The only thing that is remaining is to changing something in our buttons, changing paddings, but I think it's good for now. Let's optimize it now. Okay, let's optimize this. All right, there's one problem here. If you see, my text doesn't have any style, and because of that, in SEO text, I forgot to add text style here. Style, text, style. And if I save and run again, you can see currently I have text style and it's worked correctly, and I like it. It has some problem, but we will fix soon. Okay. For creating the course list, you can see when I'm in desktop mode, I can see 3 items, and when I change my mode to tablet and mobile, you can see it's changed to horizontal scroll view. How we can implement this? Let's implement this screen. Let's implement this section. We know that when it's in large mode, we have 3 items, and when it's in small mode or mobile mode, we have a horizontal scroll view. Okay, in my features home presentation, I want to create another file. I want to call it home course list .dart. In here I have a stateless widget, home course list, and in here I have some condition, and I have 2 separate items, one for desktop and another for mobile. Let's create some subclass, not subclass, some other class. In here I want to call it stateless widget, home course list desktop, and in here I want to have a padding. I call it edge inset symmetric horizontally context dot insets dot padding, and for child I have a row, and in this row I have a children. The children is a course item, but we don't have any course for now. But let's create a mock course. I want to add another features folder. I call it course, and in the course I have another folder called presentation, and in presentation I want to create another file called course item.dart. Stateless widget, course item, and import material. I have a card here, and in card I have a child aspect ratio because I want to have aspect ratio. The aspect ratio is 0.7, and for child I have a column children. First of all, I want to have another aspect ratio for the image, and it has some border radius. Because of that, let's add the aspect ratio 1. The aspect ratio is 1.5, and as a child, I want to have a clip rect, and as a child, I have image.network. Let's add some sample image network. Let's add this for here, and after this picture, let me add some box fit for this fit box fit dot cover. After this, I have some const gap 24, one SEO text. The text is random text. The style is context.textstyle.body large bold .copy with color context dot colors dot on background. Okay, I have a text render style dot header 4, for example. I have another gap 8. We can read this from insets, but I have expanded because I have aspect ratio. I can use expanded, and in here I have a SEO text, some description text for testing, and in here I have a style context.textstyle.body md medium dot copy with color context dot colors dot on surface, and the max line okay, we don't have any max line. Let's add max line and overflow. I added here, and in here I have max line, max lines, and overflow. These are nullable items. These dot max line, these dot overflow, and after that I can add my course item. I can add max line 4 for this section, and I want to have overflow text overflow dot ellipsis. Okay, it's very good. I have a simple course item, and in here, when I'm in desktop mode, I can easily use my course items here, and it's large. We know that we want to have 3 items. That means I want to add expanded. This is expanded. If you see again the desktop, when I change my size in desktop, the size will change, and because of that we should add expanded for each course item. I want 3 of these. It's a dummy list. Let's check what's happened next. In here I want to go, we want to put the home course list in our homepage, and because of that it's a column children. In children I want to have a title at the top, but let's don't add a title. Let's add only home course desktop. We'll change it soon. In my homepage, in here I want to have a single child scroll view. We will change it. We will change all of these later because it's a little bit messy. We'll change it soon. And a column here, And for children, I have a hero widget and home course list. Let's test what happened. You can see. Currently, I have my pictures here. The URL not loaded because we have to add permission for macOS. We'll do this soon. Don't worry about this. And you can see the size will change, but it's a little bit large. One problem that we have now is we should limit our maximum widths. For example, if the size is this, I don't want to have these large hero and large card items, large course items. We want to have some limitation for a max width. How we can do this? We don't want to put this maximum widths for all of our homepage, all of our blur background, or our app bar. Our app bar should be maximum widths. We want to have maximum widths for app bar, for footer, and for this gradient background, but the content should have some maximum widths. And because of that, I wrap my single child view with a widget. I call it container, and a constraint, box constraint, max widths, insets dot max widths. Let's see what's happened next. And you can see currently our maximum width is applied, and after some change, you can see it's fixed. We like this, but we want to have a center. We should put our content at the center. How we can do this? Let's do it now. Wrap this with alignment dot center top center. And you can see all of our content is centralized and it's in center, and we don't have any problem now. Alright, let's implement our experience section. For creating this, if you can see, it's not a column. Some of these experience item has overlapped into others, and for implementing of these, I want to choose and use a stack to implement experience body. Okay, in here I want to create a new file. I call it experience. And in here I want to have a stateless widget called experience body. And in here I want to know I have two items. I have two class that depends on the size. It's for desktop and it's for mobile. One of them it's vertical, and another is a desktop mode that we want to use a stack. Let's create desktop mode. Stateless widget called desktop experiences body. In here I want to return one stack, and in this stack, first of all, we have a gradient line. To create this gradient line, I want to create a children, and in here first of all we have a container with widths of 3, and we want to calculate the height, but for now let's add, for example, 400 for height. And we know that we have a decoration, box decoration, we have a gradient, we have a liner gradient, and in here we have a colors. We use context.colors as color schema, that primary, that with opacity 0. We have three of these, but the center color is without any opacity. Nice. And the begin is alignment dot top center. The end is alignment dot bottom center. Okay, let's see what's happened in our code. And in our home page, I want to add experience body And in experience body, for now, I just only return desktop experience body. Let's see what's happening in our code. You can see currently I have a vertical line, gradient line, and this is the first thing that we implement for our code. And now we want to add our experiences item. Let's implement one of them. First of all, I wanted to create one experience item here, another stateless widget. I call it experience item. And in here, we know that we want to get one experience class that we get from our backend. But for now, let's implement with simple card. In future, I will create a new card that has our styles. This is a common widget. This is a component. I will extract this component. We'll tell you about this. But for now, let's keep it simple. And I use one simple card. And as a child, I have a column, children. The children, first of all, for each experience, we have experience title. I call it experience title. And we have a style, context, that text style, dot body, LG, bold, dot copy with. The color is context, dot colors, dot on background. Okay, we have our experience title, and after that I want to have another column that contains the description, because if you see, our description is a multiple item, and for each of these we want to create a list of items in our description. How we can do this? In here, I want to create another stateless widget, another widget. I call it experience item description, or description item. And for now, for each of these, I want to create a row. And in children, I have a container for dot, width 4, height 4, decoration box decoration, shape box shape, a circle, and I have a color, context dot color schema dot on background. And it's very easy because we have a point, we have a dot. This is easy. I add a const gap 6, and in here I want to have expanded text, and this is a description item with style, context a text style, body md medium dot copy with, color context dot color schema dot on background, sorry, on surface, and font weight dot, yeah, it's very good. We have our experience description item. It's awesome, and we want to add it in here. I add expanded item, and because we add expanded here, we have to limit our card width and height. Because of that, I want to have, because we know that our experiences item has a limited width and height. I create a const experience width. This is 300, and experience height it's 230, and I want to add a size box, width, XP width, and height, XP height. Okay, and now we can add expanded. In here, I want to add another column, children, and I want to add some dummy description in here. Experience description item, and it's good. It's not complete. Let's see what's happened when I'm in home, when I'm in experience body. In here we add our line, and here after the line, and in here I use position, and for child I add experience item in here. Let's see what's happened. You can see I have experience here, experience title here, and it's in a card, and it's not very good. We have to change the position of this experience item, and depend on the number of experience. For example, first experience is in here, another experience is in here, another is in here, and until we finish our experience. Okay, but for now we create our line and experience items, and experience items need to be have more styles, more design, and more UI things. If you see, I use card for my experience items, and also I use card for my course items, but I want to have some styles because this card has another extra styles, and also I want to create a component to reuse it. Okay, I'm going to widgets folder, create a widget called styled card dart, and in here I have a stateful widget called styled card. And this is a consumer widget. I don't want a consumer widget. I want to have stateful widget, styled card, and import the material one here. Okay, I want to have a container, and in this container I want to have width and height, and I know I can get it from here, because maybe we have height and width, and these are double nullable, final double height, and add this here, this dot. Okay, and I know in here I want to add widget dot width, and here widget dot height. I know all of my cards has a padding, and for adding the padding I want to add a padding here. Maybe I give it from here, final edge insets padding, or if I don't have any padding, widget.padding. If it's null, I want to add edge insets all context.insets.card padding. We have to add the card padding. The card padding is a default padding for our insets. Here, if you can see, small insets. Currently I have padding, the normal padding, and Appbar height, but I want to have a double get card padding, and we should implement those here. The card padding for large insets is insets.xl, and the card padding for small insets is insets LG. Okay, and in here I have card padding. It's very good, we don't have any problem. And I want to add some box decoration. I want to add some decoration, box decoration. In the box decoration, I want to have a border, context dot theme dot color schema, or we know that we have color schema here, color schema dot outline. It's the color. I have to add it with border dot all, and the color is this. After the border, I want to add a color for my card, for my container. It's a context.color-scheme.surface, and the border radius is widget.border radius. It's maybe given from user, border radius, and added here, this dot border radius. And in here, I want to check if I have border radius, I give it from the user, from the constructor. If not, I want to add one default border radius, but all radius circular 24. Okay, very nice. And also we have a child, widget.child, and we know that we need a final widget. It's not nullable. You want have the child required this dot child. Okay, everything is good, and in future we will add more things to this style card. And we know that currently we have one style card. If we want to change it, we only need to change this class, nothing more. And in here I can easily change my card to style card and cut this information and paste it here and remove size box. And also in my course item, I have to do this again. Style card. Very nice. Okay, and if you see, currently I have the same style for my experience item and my card item. One thing that I want to do is let's complete this section, the experience items. You can do it with lots of ways, but I prefer to do with stacked, as you see, and I want to optimize it and make it better. The experience body that we add here, we added some dummy height for that, but we want to calculate exact height. First of all, for example, I want to add some dummy const xp length. This is the length of our experience. We don't have any backend, but we fetch the length of the experience from the backend. But for now, let's imagine we have 6 experience. Okay, and why no, the height of this stack, this container, this line that we have, it's depend on xp length. This is our first parameter, but I want to add another space because 6 is very small size. I want to add, for example, 115. It's our scale factor. For example, 150, maybe it's good, and I want to keep it 150 for now, but maybe we will change it. And also I want to wrap my stack with another widget called container, and I want to add alignment.center, and also add the height exactly like the height that we add here. Maybe we'll change it later, but for now let's keep it simple. This is our line, and this is our experience item. But we want to change the position of this experience item. How we can do this? First of all, I want to add a for loop for all of these 6 items. I add for int I equals 0, I less than xplen, and I plus plus. And in here I want to add my stuff here. Okay, I wanted to check if I is even. I want to change the position to the right, else I want to add a position to left. Okay, this is very good, but how we can calculate the position? We know that we want to add a space to top, and it's depend on what is our current experience item. For example, this is, first of all, it's 0 and multiple by 150, the exact scale factor that we define here. And every time that it's the I increased, the position from top will be changed and the height will be increased. In here I want to add, because it will be in the left, I want to add a space from right, for example 400, and I want to add exact things here. I multiple by 150, this is the top, and for left, because it will be on the left, it will be on the right, and we need a space from left, this. Okay, let's check what happened. Nothing happened. Okay, we have some problem. Let me check. Okay, I should add position for my container now, because this container doesn't have include any position, and I want to make it center. And you can see currently I have something that we need to have, but it's not completed yet. You can see it's on right, left, right, left, right, left, but it's not complete. We should fix it. Okay, how we wanna fix this problem? In here, first of all, let's add left 0 for this and right 0 for this. And you can see the size will be expand to the left, and space from right for T and space from left for 400. Okay, but what we want to do? First of all, we know that we have some dotted line between the center line and experience item. And for doing this, I want to wrap each of our items to row, because it's a row because we have dotted line. And also each row need to be max access size to max access size, that mean, and main access alignment that's center. And I want to replicate this here. If you see again, currently the sizing is very better and the problem will solve, but the only thing that is remain is we should add our dotted points here, and here, and also here. Okay, all right, for having the dotted line, I want to use a package called dotted line. In here, if you see, I add my dotted line here. In PubSpec YAML, the dotted line is not added yet. Dotted line added. Alright, in here I want to add a size box. width 100, and the child is a dotted line dash color context dot color scheme dot on background, and I want to have the same size box here, but we know that we have to add our dotted line first and after that the experience item. And let's run again, and you can see currently I have my cards and my dotted line, and it's very beautiful. The only thing that is remain is we should add our points, some points here, 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 and here, and here. And also we have a problem, if you can see some part of this experience not visible. We will fix it. Okay, how we can do and add our points. In our for loop, we need to add another position, and as a child we need another container. If you see, we have two container in the design. First one has a with more opacity, and another has a little we have two circles. One of them is more white and one of them has a white with some opacity. Okay, in here I added alignment dot center, and width I want to add my point size at the top, const xp points size, for example 16. And also I want to add const xp scale factor equals 150. I'm sorry, it needs to be 16. XP need to be XP, and change this and this here 0.0. Okay, at the bottom for width I want to add XP point size to be double, and height is XP point size. Nice. We have decoration, box decoration, color context dot color scheme dot on background dot with opacity 0.25, and shape, box shape dot circle. Okay, as a child I have another container, width XP point size divide by 2, the height XP point size divide by 2, decoration, it's the same decoration but a little bit different, because for example in here we have 8. Let's see what happened. You can see all of my points are here, and I don't know why. I have to add because I forgot to add stuff here, because I have to change the position of each container depend on the for loop. Top I multiplied by XP scale factor plus XP factor, and end start and right is 0, left is 0, and let's see what's happened. You can see we have some problem with our points. These are added here but in not very well positioned. We know that we have to calculate the height of these, and at the middle of height of each experience item, the point should be at the middle of height of each position. Okay, and because of that I want to add another const called XP points factor, We know that we have XP height, divide by 2, and let's see what happened when I added in here, plus, let's see. As you can see, it's better now, but we know we should consider the height of each point also. We should add minus XP point size divide by 2. And you can see these are centralized and we have very, very good and beautiful items. I like it. We can make it better, but for now it's good. The only thing that is remain, let's fix this problem. The height of all content not correct. To fix this, I want to add another XP scale factor to the height of all of this content, all of this stack. And you can see, because we add extra padding, it's fixed. And also, the line is a little bit need to be longer. You can see it's not very good enough. It's not long enough. And in here, I want to add XP scale factor here also. And you can see it's better now. I like it. I think it's very beautiful. And we have very, very beautiful and customized experience list. And yeah, it's very good. Let's go to another section. We know that it still should add mobile size of course, mobile size of experience items, and also we have another section in here called feedbacks. All right, let's add our testimonies or our feedbacks. The testimony items in presentation, I want to create another file called testimony list.dart, and in here I have a stateless widget called testimony list. And in here we have two items. We know that we have a testimony list for larger screen and for smaller screen. Let's create a stateless widget. And in here I want to add desktop testimony. And if you see the design, we have some grid view, but with some styles. And because of that, I want to add another PubSpec YAML file, another package called Flutter staggered grid view. In my PubSpec YAML, this is the package that we want. We have one problem. First of all, we have a single child scroll view and we want to add a list of a vertical list. How we can add a vertical list? Because of that, I want to change my single child. We talk about slivers in Flutter course. You can see, you can go to this topic and watch this section. But because of that, I want to change my single child scroll view to custom scroll view. And in here I have a slivers and cut these. And in slivers I want to add paste here, but I can't do this. I have to wrap all of these items with sliver box adapter. Wrap with widget, sliver box adapter. Wrap with widget, a sliver box adapter. Okay, and in here I can use a sliver masonry grid. This is one of the sliver classes that this package provide for us. And in here we need a delegate, sliver child builder delegate. This is our builder. And I want to return my testimony here. I want to create another, for example, in here I want to create another folder called testimony And in testimony, I have new folder presentation. And in presentation, I have another file called testimony item.dart. It's a stateless widget called testimony item. Testimony item. Testimony item, and in here I have a style card, and the child I have a column, and in my column I have, first of all, I have a row, and I have a size box, width 40, height 40, and in child I have a circle avatar, and I have a background image. It should be image.network. It could be anything. .image. This is our avatar of each person, and after that I have a gap, and I have expanded column, and I have expanded text. This is the testimony name with style context.textstyle.bodylg bold.copy with color context.color scheme.on background. Okay, this is our row, and after this row I want to have another gap 16 with another text. This is a text of testimony with style context dot text style dot body md medium dot copy with color context dot color scheme dot on background. Okay, this is our testimony item, and in here I want to return testimony item, and for child count, as a child count I want to add, for example, 10 for fake testimony items. And in here we have a cross-axis spacing 16 and main axis spacing 16, and in here we have a grid delegate sliver, simple grid delegate with fixed axis count. This is the thing that we want, and in here I have to pass my count. It's depend. If we are in tablet, I want to have 2 column. If we are in desktop, I want to have 3 column. And I check context dot is desktop 3, otherwise 2. Very nice. And for now, let's return desktop testimony. Rename this, and in home page we can easily add our testimony list, and we have to change the naming, but it's good for now. Now let's see. Currently we have our grid list, and if I change my size, you can see when I'm in tablet I have 2 column, and I want to change it when I'm in tablet. When I'm in mobile, I want to have 1 column. I have 2 after 3, and because all of items has the same size, same text, we can't see the difference. We can see the random generation of this package, but we will see when we add our testimony from backend. But for now it's good. I like it. The only thing that we should add is footer, and after the footer we will try to optimize our try to update our design, add mobile design and other stuff. But for now I like our progress. The only thing that we will do is a footer of our website. After the testimony list, we want to have our footer here. I want to create another widget here called, for example, my footer.dart, and in here I have a stateless widget called my footer, and in here I have a stateless widget called large or desktop footer, and I have a row. As a children, I have app logo, I have spacer, I have large menu. We have large menu in our menu at the top. In our Appbar we have a spacer, and I want to add some footer links. We'll do this later. And in here I want to have a container as a parent with a color context dot theme dot appbar theme dot background color, because it's the same background that we are using for Appbar. We have a padding, agent set all, context dot insets dot padding, and as a child I have a column. And if context that is desktop, I want to use large footer, otherwise I want to use small footer. If it's desktop, I want to use desktop footer, else it's phone footer. And where is phone footer? I will add it here exactly. Stateless widget, phone footer, and it is a column, not a row. And as a children, we have app logo, we have a small menu, and we need to add some footer links here. We'll do it later, but for now I want to add another cons divider with height of 24 and add a Flutter logo. Not a Flutter logo, it's a text of Flutter. I will change this text later, but for now let's add Flutter. Okay, save. And in here I need a sliver box adapter child. It's my footer. Okay, let's see. At the bottom I have this footer. If I change my size to mobile or desktop, to mobile, you can see it's changed to vertical. But also we need to add some links at the right. We'll do it later. But for now we have our footer. Everything is good in this website. The only thing that is remain, adding missing part. For example, some links here, changing this powered by Flutter logo, add some paddings to this testimony, add mobile size of testimonies, mobile size of experiences, and mobile size of this list, and add some padding also. And after that we'll do our page, and after the page we will add our backend. Okay, let's add our powered by Flutter widget. It's a common widget here. I want to add new folder called power by Flutter .dart. Oh my god, I created a folder. I created a file called powered by Flutter.dart. It's a stateless widget powered by Flutter. Import material, and it's a row, and in children, first of all, main axis alignment at center, and in here I have image.assets. Let's check my assets. I have to bring the Flutter image here. This is my Flutter image. This is white Flutter image, and it's in assets, image, flutter.png, width 24, height 24, and color context.color.on background. I have a const gap 8, and I have a text context.texts.powered by Flutter, and a style context.textstyle.body md medium .copy with color context.color scheme on background. Okay, and now in my Appbar you can see, in my hero widget, at the top I have a Flutter. I have to change this with powered by Flutter. Add const here, add const here. One thing that we have to add, if you see, currently we have powered by Flutter, but we need a padding here. Let's add a padding to our hero widget we are using in our home page. In here I wrap this widget with a padding, and this is symmetric, horizontal context dot insets dot padding. We have to remove the const. We have removed the const padding, and let's see again, and you can see the padding is very better now. The only problem that we have, it has a conflict with our Appbar. In here, in our container, we add another padding, edge insets dot only top context dot insets dot appbar size, appbar height, add a const here, and let's check again, and yeah, you can see it's very better now, and we have a very good shape in our hero widget. Okay, let's optimize this courses list items, and for doing this, let's open our home course list. Yes, First of all, at the top of this, if you see the design, we have some title and subtitle for each section. Let's create a common widget for that. Home title subtitle dart. It says stateless widget. Let's copy and paste it. It's easy. We can copy and paste. It's a stateless widget. We give title and subtitle. In here we use SEO text style. This is a context dot color scheme dot on background. And yeah, we have a title, subtitle with some paddings and styles, and I can easily use it here. Home title subtitle. The title is context dot texts dot courses, and the subtitle is context dot texts dot course description. Okay, and after that, in here I want to add a gap 32, and context is desktop. I want to use home course desktop. Otherwise, I want to use home course list phone. Okay. And how we can add the font size. In here, I want to add another class, another stateless class called home course list phone. And in here, I have a center. In child, I have a single child scroll view, but the scroll direction is axis dot horizontal. And as a child, I have a row. And as a children, I want to have a size box with a width of, for example, 240, and a child of course item. Okay, let's test our app. In here you can see I have a without any list, but when I'm in mobile, I have a problem here. Yeah, because it's one item. Let me add some other size box, 3 size box. And if I change my size, you can see currently I have a horizontal scroll, and it's very beautiful. I like it. The only thing that is remain is we need some gap between these items. How we can add a gap? It's very easy. I don't want to add it now because these are some dummy course item I will add when I want to add my backend and actual course items. But it's for now it's good. The only thing that we should to do is this is not correctly aligned. If you see the course, we have to move it left and add some gap between. It's because in here I have to add cross axis alignment dot start, and now it's better. We have a gap, and this gap has a different size in mobile and desktop, and because of that I have I can in here, if you see between my hero image, hero widget, and my home course list, I want to have a sliver gap with context.insets.gap. And what is this gap? It's difference in small and large. I have to create here double get gap, and let's add gap here. In large, size, it's 120, and in a small size it's 72. And let's see, okay, and you can see I have a very good gap between the hero and my courses items. Okay, I like it. In homepage, I need another gap in here, and it's very better. And let's focus on experience items. Experience items should have a column. In children, we have, first of all, cross-axis alignment start. And in children, we have a home title, subtitle. The title is context, .text, .experiences. The subtitle is context, .texts, .experiences description. And after that, we have a const gap 32. After that, we check context .is desktop, and we add our desktop experience body. And else, I want to add phone experiences body. Okay. Okay, and let's add our phone type, phone class, stateless widget, phone experiences body. And in here we have a center, child, we have a column. And in children, in here I have my experience items, and between each item I want to add a dotted line size box with height of 60, and I want to add a dotted line for child, dotted line, and the dash color. The dash color is colors.white. The direction is axis.vertical. Okay. We have these, and let's see what's happened here. I have these, and you can see I have one experience. Let's add other dummy experience in here. Copy these. Copy these and paste multiple times. We will change it later. And you can see when we are in small, and we should remove the latest one. Let's remove it now. And yeah, I like it. It's good. It's very good for now. When we are in tablet and mobile, we see some kind of this style. We see this style, and it's good. I like it. And yeah, the only thing that is remain I want to have a border, a colored border in these sections of experience items. How we can do this? I want to add it in my styled card, and for doing these I want to add another final bool border shadow, border effect, and list.border effect for For default value is false, but I wrap my container with a stack. And we have check if widgets dot border effect. We have a border effect. We want to add two effects. First of all, container width 60, height 60, decoration, box decoration, border radius, all radius dot circular 24, and we have a box shadow, color, context dot color schema, scheme dot primary dot with opacity 0.5, and bevel radius is 10, spread radius is 2. Okay, let's see when I'm in experience item and when I add border effect true. Let's see the effect. You can see I have a very tiny effect. If you see at the left, I have a very small effect at the left, top left. But it's a little shiny at the left, but we need this exactly at the bottom right. Let's do this. I wanna extract this widget. Border, I'm not sure, border shadow. Okay, one here, and we need another but in positioned. Again, positioned, bottom 0 and right 0. Let's see again. You can see I have exactly the same thing at the top and left, but we need another things. It's not enough. We need a small line here and here. How we can do this? I want to do it with custom painter, and this is at the end of this stack because it's need to be at the top of this container. Again, I add if widgets dot border effect is true. In here I have a custom paint. Size is size. Widget dot width. And when we have border effect, it should the widget dot width it should not be null. It shouldn't be null. But okay, we have add this widget dot height, because we want to calculate the width and height and add our painters. And as a painter, I want to add a custom painter here. Custom painter. I call it curved line painter. These are need to be true. I have a multiple example of custom painter in my channel. You can check those, but in here first of all, we know that the line size is 60.0, and we have a path. Let's add our paints first. Final paint equals paint. We need add a shader. This shader is liner gradient. The colors is, first of all, let's get this color from constructor. Final color, and add a constructor for this. And at the first, we have a color.width opacity 0, and again color.width opacity 0. And between those, I want to have a color without any opacity. But why we get error? Because we need to get the shader of create shader with a rect. I will create a rect soon, but after the shader, after the colors, I need to add begin. We know that it's a top right. It's a alignment dot top right, and the end is alignment dot bottom left. Okay, and we need to create shader with a rect. How we can what is our rect? Is const rect dot from LTWH left, top, width, and height. Left is 0, top is 0, and width is we know that we have a size, line size, and it's a square rect. Okay, this is our first paint. Let's change the name, top left paint. We need like this exact. We need to copy this. Let's see what happened here. Add our painter, curved painter. The color is colors, context dot colors, the schema dot primary, and in here, if you can see, this is our first paint. I want to copy these and paste. Bottom right paint. The bottom right paint have an exact style, but the alignment is different. The begin is bottom left. The end is top right. And the rect has a different, the size of rect is correct, but the offset of the rect, the left and top, is different. It's size dot width dot size. We should remove the const. Size dot width minus line size, and the top is size dot height minus line size. Okay, this is our two paints that we need. And after that, I'm sorry, I forgot to add some other things to my paint, and these are the styles equals painting style dot stroke. Stroke width is 4. Stroke cap is stroke cap dot round, and I want to copy these and paste it here. Okay, these are my paints and my styles. But how we can create our path? Let's create a final path equals path, and path move to line size and 0. Path dot cubic to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and line size. This is my first path. Let's we can add a name for that, but let's keep it simple. Final path to another path. Path to that move to size dot width minus line size and size dot height, and path 2 dot cubic 2 size dot width size dot height size.width, size.height, again size.width, and at the end size.height minus line size. Okay, and let's draw this on our canvas. Canvas.draw path, path and paint, path and draw path, and the name of top right and path 2 with this. Okay, let's see what's happened. And you can see I have a beautiful shape, beautiful border at the top left and bottom right. I like it. What is your opinion about this? But I like it. Alright, let's implement and fix all of our testimony list. Currently we have only desktop testimony, but we want to have the mobile size of testimony. Currently we know that we check if it's desktop we have 3 column, and if it's tablet we have 2 column, but we need another design for mobile. I want to create another class, another stateless widget. I call this testimony mobile or phone testimony. I want to return a sliver list, but a sliver list dot separate, because I want to have some space, and in here I can return my testimony item. And for separator builder I want to return a gap 16, and the const for these. Okay, and in here it's very easy for us. Context dot is desktop or tablets, return desktop testimony, otherwise return phone testimony. Okay, let's view on. We have here, we have these, we have these, and we have the mobile size. Everything is good. Our coding for testimony is great. The only thing that we know that we want is some padding and some space. I want to go to my home screen. I want to add some gap between experience and testimony, and the testimony need to have some padding wrap with widget, a sliver padding, and in here I have to pass my padding. The padding is edge inset symmetric. Context dot insets dot padding, and we have to remove the child. This is a sliver. Horizontal. Okay, I like it. And the only thing that is remain, let's see. Yeah, we have some padding here, but we know that like experience and course, we have some titles here. We have a sliver box adapter, and as a child I have home title, subtitle. You can move this inside a testimony list, but it's better to move it to a testimony list, but I want to keep it simple. Let's do it here. Context.text dot testimonies, and context.text dot testimony dot text dot testimony description. And we need some padding here, sliver gap 32. Add a const here. And let's see. Okay, I like it. It's very good. And let's optimize our footer now. Our footer is a little bit not very good looking. We have to add powered by Flutter instead of this text. We have to add some links here. We'll do it now. And where is our footer? Yeah, here. Inside of footer, we have everything. Instead of this, we need const powered by Flutter, and we have desktop phone footer. I want to create some stateless widget called footer links, and in here I have some icon buttons. This is a row, and for children we have some footer link item. Let's create a footer link item class, stateless widget, footer link item, and inside here we have return icon button. We have unpressed. Let's give it here final void callback on pressed, and we have final string icon, and this is unpressed. And for icon I have a svg picture.assets. I want to pass this, and the color filter is color filter.mode. The color is context.color scheme.on background, and the mode is blend mode.src-in. And yeah, this is our footer link. Let's add our final fields here. Okay, and inside of our footer links I want to pass my 4 links of my channel. First of all, I have a footer links. We have to redirect to, for example, in here app icon dot. Let's go to app icon and add some app icons here. I put my icons here and paste my icons here, and in here I want to add my icons in this order: YouTube, and copy paste. I have YouTube, I have LinkedIn, and I have GitHub, and also I have Instagram. We will redirect later, but we know that for phone we have a footer links here, and also in here we have a footer link here. Let's test, and you can see I have my links here, and I like it. When I go to my small size, oh my god, let's add some in our testimony list. I want to add, it's endless. I want to add 10 for now. Okay, and this is our footer for small size. If you see, when I'm in mobile size, I don't like that I have these items at the left. How we can resolve this? I have to add main axis alignment here, main axis alignment at center, and I can go to my footer and remove the center. We don't need the center here. Okay, let's test. And yeah, you can see I have better vision, better design, and yeah, I think our homepage, it's almost done, and the only thing that is remain is to add other pages and our backend. Okay, let's add other pages. I go to main, and in here, if you can see, we don't have any router, we don't have any package, or we don't use any router, and I want to use Go router here. And if you would like, I can create another full course about Go router. It's not very complicated, but I want to use it very easy here. And let's do. For doing this, I want to create roads. I have roads here, and you can see I have my roads here. And the other thing that I want to use is a class called AppRoad. And inside of this, I want to create a static final router. It's equal our Go router, but we don't have any Go router. Let's add our Go router package to our project. For adding Go router, if you go to the documentation, you can see in getting a start, first of all, we need to learn how we can install it. We need this package. I copy this, and inside my pubspec YAML, I add the Go router package. And now I have access to the Go router class, and inside of Go router, I can create some routes. The routes is an array of a route. Go route. The path, the first path is routes.home. This is our first route, and we have another route called routes.course. We have another routes blog, and Go routes dot about. Okay, these are our routes, and it's very easy to use. The only thing that is remain is using this route variable. First of all, in my main, I have to use material app.router, and we don't need any home again. The only thing that we need is a route config, and in here we use approach.router. And for default, the home will be loading because it's a route. Let's test our app. Okay, we have a problem. We have a problem, and why? Because we forgot to add very important things. We add home, but what is the destination of this home? Okay, we have another things called builder, and for builder, I want to return home page. Let's test again. I think we should add all of our pages here. Let's do it now. And I go to my features, the course, presentation. I want to create a course page, courses page. Dart. It's a stateless widget. Courses page. I want to create another folder called blog, Inside blog, I have another folder called presentation. And inside of presentation, I have a file called blog page.dart, stateless widget, blog page, material, and I have another folder called my about. And inside about, I have another folder called presentation. And inside of presentation, I have another file called about page.dart, stateless widget, about page. And yeah, inside of my roads, let's add the builders for all of these. And for course, I have course page. I have blog page, and I have about page. Let's test again, and you can see our problem solved and the home page load. But we know that we want to add a click for here. If you see, I want to change my destination when I press course, when I press blog, and when I press about me. Let's do it now. As you know, if I go to the about here, if I press this, I use these roads for my app menu list. And if I check these, I use it in my Appbar, and I have untapped for each of my menu item how I can change my destination. In here, I can use GoRouter.of the context, and I can use, for example, go. I can push to another screen, and I can use go. But in here, in this case, I want to use go. And where is the path? e.path. And for simplicity, we can use context.go. e.path. They both are the same. And I can change this, copy this, and paste it here. Let's test our app. This is our course, but we don't have anything in here, and this is a blank screen because we don't add anything. But the functionality works for now. Let's refresh again. This is about me. We don't have anything, but we know that we are changing our destination and it's work. Let's test here. This is work. And yeah, let's implement other pages. But first of all, we know that all the pages, home, course, blog, and about me, all of these contains the background gradients here, the app bar, the toolbar here, and the footer. Let's create a template for this structure. For doing this, I want to go to my widgets here, and I create a file called app scaffold. This is my main scaffold, and all the pages need to use this app scaffold. And inside of this app scaffold, I have a stateless widget called app scaffold, and in here I have material. In here I want to return a scaffold, and for body I want to use exact thing that we use for homepage. Let's open the homepage. I want to copy this scaffold and paste in my app scaffold, but I want to remove something and create some components. Okay, this is our first thing. We know that we need background blur for all the pages. We need my app bar for all the pages. The other thing that we need is my footer that we know that we need for all the pages. And let's add a const. But other things like testimony list, like experience, all of these items need to be removed, because in some pages we have for example, in homepage we have experience. In course list we have only course list, and I want to pass my slivers, my other slivers here. Let's import these. Okay, and what is the slivers? In here I want to get final list of widgets called slivers and pass it here, and at the above of my footer I want to add my slivers. Okay, it's our template. And how we can reuse this in, for example, homepage? I go to the homepage, and instead of scaffold I want to use app scaffold. I have to return slivers. And what is our widgets for these? These are my widgets that I need to cut and remove this tag and paste here. Let's see. Our home pages work correctly. We don't have any problem because we extract mutual code. We extract all the component section, all the template sections, and we are passing the list of slivers. For example, for course page, I want to return app scaffold, and for slivers we have only empty slivers. And if I click course, you can see I have my template. It's not good design because this is our header and this is our footer. We don't have any extra thing to put here, but you can see its work, and I can switch between home and course. The only problem that we have, I don't really like this animation, because this animation is it's for mobile, not for example web page or website. How we can remove this animation? Okay, for removing this animation, we have one option. When if I go to app router, you can see in here I have a builder, but I have another builder called page builder. And inside of these, I have to return a widget, but inside of this I have to return a page. And for that, for example, I have one constructor of page, no transaction page, and inside of these I can pass my home page. Add a const here and removing this, and it's a very easy solution for doing this. Let's copy this and paste for all the pages. And in here I have home page, I have course page, I have blog page, and I have about page. Okay, and inside of all of these I want to use app scaffold. Inside of blog page I want to use app scaffold, and inside of about page also I want to use app scaffold. Okay, let's test our app. If I change course, let's rerun again. If I change to course, you can see I have no transaction. We can add another transaction, but for now I wanna add no transaction page constructor. And another things that is missing, is selected menu. It's not obvious. You can see all of these items are gray, but we want to have a white text when we are in selected menu. If I go to the app menu list, inside of this I have, inside of here for Appbar menu item, I can use copy with, and for color I can check if it's selected. Is selected true, context.color scheme, dot on background, otherwise context dot color scheme dot on surface variant. Okay, let's see. And you can see, no, it's not work correctly because it's selected. It seems it's selected true for all of those, and let's see why. Yeah, I pass it true for all. And how we can resolve this? We have we have to use GoRouter, because GoRouter know what is our current path. We have a GoRouter. State GoRouter state dot of the current context that full path. We can get a full path if it's equal to e.path. That means the current is selected is true, and let's copy this and paste it for small, and let's test again. You can see about me is selected, blog is selected, course is selected, and home is selected. You can see the difference. Okay. And alright, it's good. Let's add the course page. Inside of course page, I want to have a sliver padding of context of edge insets dot all context dot insets dot padding, and as a sliver, I wanna add my sliver grid dot builder, and inside of grid delegates, I wanna use a sliver grid delegate with fixed. Yeah, this constructor. And what is the count? I will pass it later. And for item builder, I want to return a course item. Okay. And for item count, I want to add, for example, I don't know, 10. And what is our cross-access count? It depends to the width of a screen. I want to check context.media query data.size.width divide by 300. If it's greater than or equal to 3, I want to use 3 column. Otherwise, I want to use context.mq.size.width divide by 300. You can see. Let me show you. And let's add some cross spacing. Let's add cross-axis spacing 24, main axis spacing 24, and the aspect ratio is 0.8. And you can see, because if I change the width, it's 2 and it's 1. We can use another way for doing this, and we can add some if else, but it's easiest way to doing this. We check if it's greater than, if divide by 300 is greater than 3, use 3 column. Otherwise, we use other columns that we get, other size that we get. Okay, this is for course page. Let's go to the about page. And inside of this, I want to use a sliver box adapter, child padding, context, edge inset symmetric, horizontal, context.insets, insets, padding, and in here I have a child column, and for children, first of all I have cross axis alignment dot start, and in here I have a circle avatar because I want to use my avatar. The radius is 100, and the background image is image.assets. Let's bring my about pictures. This is my about picture inside image. This is in assets, image, about picture.jpeg, and we need to get image. Okay, and after that I have a const gap (16). I have a SEO text and context dot texts dot about title. We have another gap, SEO text, context dot texts dot about description. And let's add our styles. For title I have a style, context dot text style, the title is me bold, and inside here I have a style, context dot text style dot body md media. Okay, let's see. And this is our about. It's not a very great, but it's acceptable. The only thing that has remained is blog. We don't have blog yet, and I want to add some template 404 or coming soon page. I will show you in another episode, but for now let's keep it simple, and I don't want to put, but let's add our backend for our website. Okay, for the backend I want to use Firebase, and I want to use Firestore. I store my data in Firestore. I can show you the examples. In here you can see I have my course, I have my experiences, and I have my testimonies. And one more thing about courses and experiences. If you see, each items in here contains English and Farsi. And I have to read, if my content is in English, if the language of the application is English, I have to read this. If it's Persian, I have to read this. It's same for experiences. You can see English, Persian. And yeah, that's it. We need to initial Firebase for our application. How we can do this? With this documentation, we need to log into Firebase in CLI. We have to run Flutter Fire CLI, and after that in our project we have to use Flutter Fire configure. Let's do this. And here, if I go to this terminal, I want to run the command flutter login. And I'm already logged in with this email. This is my main email that I needed. And another thing that I have to do is inside of my project, Flutter Fire configure. Okay, I have some problem here. Let's first of all activate the Flutter CLI, Flutter Fire CLI, and after that again use Flutter Fire configure. Yeah, it's work. Okay, I have to use my projects, and this is my project that I want to use, my website. And which platforms we are configuring, you can select whichever you want, but I want to choose all of those. We need to wait. And yeah, that's it. It's run. It's built. The only thing that is remain is in main. We have to import these two items. And we have to run this inside of main async. And we don't have any Firebase. Let's add Firebase in our the two things that we need is in our pub spec. We have to add Firebase core and Firebase store. It's very good. And now the import will be work. Yeah, that's it. We have and default Firebase options. This class generated by the Flutter file that we used before. Okay, that's it. We connect our application to our Firebase, and now we can access to our Firestore. But how I want to how I want to implement that? For example, let's start with courses. Okay. In my features, I have course section, and inside of presentation, I want to create another folder called data. And inside of these, I want to create a courses repository .dart, and it's an abstract class courses repository, and this repository is responsible to return a list of course for us. Future list of course. We don't have any course, what we will make. Get courses. This will return all the courses. But what is the course? I want to create another folder called domain. Oh my god. Domain. And inside of domain, I want to create my data class. For example, here I have course.dart, and I want to use freeze package. I will show you. Maybe I will create another video about that, but I want to use freeze package to. Let's show you. I want to use this package. This package is simply return all of the things that we want. For example, copy with, to JSON, from JSON, all the things that we want. And I want to use freeze with JSON serializable. And how we can install it? Let's do install. In here, because I want to have from JSON and to JSON, I want to use JSON annotation and JSON serialization. Let's copy all of these, or one by one. Doesn't matter. Start terminal, add freeze annotation. We already have build runner. But let's check again. Build runner is already added because we are using Riverpod annotation. Def freezed. JSON annotation and dev JSON serialization. And that's it. For creating our course, we can simply use class course with $$ course. And inside of these, I have a const factory called course. And inside of these, I have required a string ID. Each course has a string ID. Required map of a string name. Why we are using map? Because we know that for the name, I have a key value items, because I have two options. I have a Persian and English names. I have a required map also for description. And in here, I have also a link, required a string of link to the YouTube view of this course. And also I have required a string image URL, but I know that inside of my website, inside of my Firebase store, it's a JSON key. It has a JSON key called name, called image URL, and it's equals underline course. And also I have from JSON course, and inside of here I have to add part course dot freezed dot dart and part course dot j dot dart. And yeah, let's use build runner. And also I forgot to add freezed annotation in here. And let's import here. I have course now, and I want to create some remote course repository. New file, remote course repository .dart. And in here I have a class remote source repository extends of courses repository. And inside of this, I have to return the list. I have to implement this. But in the constructor, I want to have final Firebase Firestore. Firebase Firestore. Why it's not here? DB. Let's see in our pubspec YAML Firestore. It's weird. Let's import this, but we can't find this. It's very weird. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to add Cloud Firestore package. Cloud Firestore. Yeah, I have this, and I can add a constructor to get, because we don't want to instantiate a Firestore here, because maybe for testing in the future we want to mock it. And now we pass our Firestore to our constructor, and in the get course I have final courses equals await. It's async db.collection. What is our collection? The collection is called courses in our database in Firebase. Let's get, and inside of here I can add my get options. And in get options I want to have source cache and server. and I have the course. And what is this? What is the and it's, if you see, it's a query snapshot of map string dynamic of course, but we need to convert this course to the list of course. In here I have a course.map, course.docs. We have some documents. This is list of query document snapshot .map, and for each of these items we have to convert this document to our course. How we can do this? We can use course.fromJSON doc. The E is our doc. Let's change E to doc. Doc.data. We read the data, but this data doesn't contain the ID, but we want the ID. We want ID. How we can add the ID? We have copy with, and ID is inside doc.id. This is our final course list. If you can see, this is iterable of course, convert the to list, and I can return my course list here. Very easy. Okay, because to make it better, I want to add another factory, course.fromDoc, and this gives us one doc, and it will return a course.fromJSON as exact things that we have here. Let's copy this and paste it here. Paste it here. Yeah, this is the exact. We extract the same code, and in here I can easily use from doc and pass the doc. And yeah, let's test our code and see, did we actually get the courses or not. Inside of this class, I want to create a Riverpod, annotation Riverpod, I want to keep it alive true, and in here I have a remote course repository, courses repository, and in here I have a ref. Actually, I have a courses repository ref, and in here I can return remote course repository and Firebase firestore.instance. Okay, I want to add a watch to see the change, and I don't want to add lots of build. I want to keep it simple, and in here I have to import something here, and also a part remote courses repository.j.dart, and did we have any problem? Oh my god, remote course. Okay, it's fixed. And yeah, this is our remote course repository, and I have another Riverpod keep alive true, and this is a future list of course, get courses, get courses ref, And in here I have final courses repository. The repository equals ref.watch or read ref.read courses repository provider. And in here I want to return course repository, the repository dot get courses. Okay, I have this, and I know in this and inside of course page I can change my stateless widget to consumer widget. And in here I have access to the ref, and in here I can easily get my courses with ref.watch get courses provider. And I know that I have a list of course. Let's add a breakpoint and go to the portfolio, get the course, and let's see, do we have any course? The value is null. One problem that maybe we get here is, let's see. First of all, let's add a try catch here. And add a breakpoint here, because I think we have a problem. I go to the let's stop and rerun again. Okay, we get error for running in our macOS because of, I think, Firebase. By default, when we want to connect to the internet, the macOS permission not allowed to have this. We can't do this in macOS, and we have to give this permission. How we can do this? In our macOS, if I go to the macOS, you can see in here I have a macOS runner, debug profile entitlement. And in here, I have to add security network client here. And also I have release entitlements, and I have to add this here also. Let's rerun again. And also one another problem that I have, we have to add this line, widget flutter binding initialized. And if I run again, you can see currently I get some sample images from network. In here I have, let's see, did we get our courses from the network or not, from our Firebase cloud store? How we can do this? In here I added a breakpoint, and let's see. Currently the value, the value is contained 3 items, and we can use these 3 items in here. How we can do this? It's very easy to use. For course item, I have to add another field called course. We have a course here, and in here, when I add a final here, I have to return and read the course network from course.image URL. In here the title is not course.name because it's a map. I have to pass a key, and what is the key? The ref.read. We don't have any ref, we have to change it to consumer widget. And in here I have a ref widget, ref.read app locale provider, app locale controller provider dot value. And in here I pass my value, the current locale. If it's en or fa, we pass the key and we get the correct name. And we have to do exact things for description. Very nice. And let's see, and we have lots of error. Why? Because we have to pass the course items. Where is the course? It's in course. First of all, because it's async value, we can handle it with some loading. For example, we can add loading. For example, if courses.is loading, return sliver box adapter child circular progress indicator, and else course.value the index, then item count is courses.value.length. We have another problem in home because we pass some fake course items, and how we can pass our real course items. Let's comment these sections, we'll do it later. And let's see. And you can see currently we have list of our course, and it's very good. The only thing that is remain is clickable these items, and for example navigate user to our real YouTube video. But for now we are getting the courses from network, and it's very best. Okay, the only thing that we know is to add our courses here also. How we can do this? It's very easy to do. In my home, I want to add another file called home controller.dart. It's a class home controller, and I want to use Riverpod. Keep alive true extends underline $home controller. And in here, I have to implement build. I have to add a feature of, I want to add home state. What is home state? Because in home, we have some state. We have some state, for example, we have list of course, we have list of experience, we have list of testimony, and for this I want to return a home state. And in this home state I have final list of, for the first I have list of courses, and we will add other things in future, but for now we have list of course, and this need to be returned a home state called build. And in here, let's run our add part home controller.j.dart and run terminal dart build. Okay, now we have to return a one home state. And where is the course? The course is, we know that we have get course provider, and how we can read it? With ref.read or watch get course provider final courses, and this course is async value. I can get a future because I want to get all of the items await, and I have list of my course here. And it's very easy. We have to add override annotation here, and I like it if everything is good. And in home page, it's very easy to add final state equals ref. We don't have any ref because we have to change this to consumer widget, and inside this here we have ref.watch home controller provider. And also in here I can check if state.is loading, return like the thing that we do in course page. If state that is loading, else and inside of home course list, I have to pass my state.value dot courses, and this home course list need to get final list of home course list of courses. Add this here, and yeah, the only thing that is remain is adding the course items here. But how we want to do this? First of all, this row need to be return final list of courses, and inside this row I want to go through these courses that map each element that we have. Cut this, paste it here, remove all of these. That's to list. And where is the course item? It's E. Very nice. The only thing that we should do is, like everything that we do in here, final list of courses, and add final field here, and exact same thing here, courses dot map. Copy these, paste it here. That to list, and the course is E, and the only thing that is remain is we should pass the course. Let's run our app. In home page we have a problem. The course is this. Okay, let's run our application and see what's happened. In home page, yeah, I have lists of my course exactly the same here. And because we use .keep, because we are using Riverpod keep alive and using one provider, you can see I don't see any loading, because once it's load, and we can reuse the course items in every place that we want. And the only thing that I need to do is adding some padding. If you see in here, I don't like this padding here. Alright, for creating our space, for example, let's go to the home course list. In here, if you see, I have a row and I need some space between this row. I have a solution, and I want to introduce you one class that I wrote. It's very easy. I want to create some global widgets called gap row.dart, and inside here I have a stateless widget, gap row, and I want to import material. Inside of material I want to return a row, and inside of this I have a children, and the children, I know I have a final list of widgets for children, and I have a final double gap, and add final parameter here, and inside of these I want to add 4 var or final I equals 0, I less than children.length, and I plus plus. Inside of these I want to create, first of all, the children of index I, And after that, I have to check if I less than children dot length -1, add a gap. The gap is the gap because we don't want to add it should be var, sorry, add a child. And if it's not the if you want to check if it's not the latest index, add a gap. And after that, I want to go to my, where is my, yeah, here, change it to gap row. And in here I have a gap. I want to add 24 as a gap, and also change this to gap row. The gap is 24. Let's test our application. And you can see I have a gap here, and then I change the size to a small size. You can see I have the gap exactly the 24 that I need. And yeah, everything is work here, and I like it. This the problem solved. Let's add our experiences. You know, I have a home controller, and I have the courses. I want to fetch the experiences, and in here I want to create new folder called experiences. And inside of experiences, I have a new folder called data. And inside of data, I have a new file called experiences repository.dart. And I have abstract class experiences repository, and I have a future list of experiences get experiences. We don't have any model of experiences. Let's create a folder called domain, and inside of domain I want to create new file called experience.dart, and I have a class experience. I know it's with because I want to use freezed, underline $sign experience, and it's annotated with freezed. And inside of that I have a const factory experience, and the data is required string ID. It's a required string, the link of this experience, the required map of string, because we know that it's the same like the courses, string title, required map of, it's a string and a list of a string, because we have a list of description for each. It's equals underline experience, and I have to create from JSON. It's called experience.from JSON, and let's run our build runner. Oh, I forgot to add a part experience dot freezed dot dart and experience dot j dot dart. Okay, run again. Okay, it's working. And I want to add also the factory experience dot from doc. It's a query document snapshot of map of a string dynamic. I call it doc, and inside of this I have experience from JSON, and the JSON is doc.data, and the ID I have to copy with, from JSON dot copy with id is equals doc.id. Okay, this is the same thing that we do for courses. And in here I have to import the experience okay, and I know I can easily create a class here called remote experiences repository dart class experiences remote experiences repository extends the experience repository, and we should override our function and our method. And first of all, I know I have a final Firebase Firestore get DB, and it's easily we can add a constructor for this, and in here I have a final experiences equals await, it's async await db dot collection of experiences dot order by date. This descending is true dot get, and the get options is source, server, and cache. And yeah, the only thing that we should to do is return experiences because it's a doc. Docs map, and inside of these experiences from doc, it's e.toList. And we get our experiences. It's very good. The only thing that I have to do is create a remote experiences repository. Inside of these, I have experiences repository ref and return remote experience repository. The DB is Firebase Firestore.instance, and I have to annotate it with Riverpod. Keep alive true, and we should add our part remote experiences repository.j.dart. And I have another future list of experiences. Get experiences ref. The ref is here, and final repository, it's equals by ref.watch. Let's run our build runner. Oh, I forgot to add Riverpod annotation here. Ref.watch experiences repository provider, and inside of this core the repository dot get experiences, and yeah, I got it. And the only thing that I should to do is in my home controller I have another thing that's called experiences get experiences provider, and I have to add a final list of experience experiences and add to my required list.experiences, and in here the experiences is equals by experiences. Very nice. And I know in my home page I have the stage, the correct stage, but the only thing that I should to do is I have to remove this explain because we don't need to fake it. And what should I do? I can add and pass my experiences like the course, but I can't change this to consumer. But let's add our experiences here. Final list of experience. Let's add a list. It's easiest. Add a final list.length, list.length, and list.length. And the experience item, it should take final experience and add in here. And for experience title, I have to add experience.title ref.read. It should be a consumer widget. Ref.read app local provider dot value this is my title. And for descriptions, I have to remove all of these experiences description. I have to change it with experience dot description ref dot read app local controller dot value dot map, because we have a list of items, and got to list, and we should grab this, paste it here, remove all of these items, and okay. An experiences item needs, if you can see here, I have a final string description, and add a final here, and inside of this I have to add a description. Very good. And the description is here would be E. And yeah, that's it. But we have some problems. Let's fix our problems. Okay. In here, the experience item, the experience would be experience. Where is my experience? The list. The list of index. The list of I. Again, in here, I have list I. Go down. This is our phone item. And for doing this, I have to change something. In here, I want to add a for loop. Var I equals 0, I less than list.length. We don't have any length. Let's add our list final list of experience list list.length I++, and in here I have to add one of my experiences items. The experience is list I, and I know I have to add this size box, but I have to check if I less than list.length, because we don't want to add extra space. I want to add this, and we can easily remove other experiences, add a const here, and yeah, the only problem that we have is we need to get final list of experience list, and in here at the final list. Nice. And the only problem is here. Where is my list? Is in state.value.experiences. Yeah, let's see. Let's rerun our application. Oh, our loading is not very good, but it doesn't matter. But you can see I have all of my experiences item here, and if I change the Persian, you can see I have a problem. Let's fix this problem. When I change to RTL, we should fix this problem. You can see the order of items, it's ugly. We should fix this. Okay, for handling this and fixing this problem, if I go to my experience body, you can see wherever I use positioned, I have to change it to directional position. If I change it to directional position, because it's sensitive for RTL and LTR, we don't have to pass right and left. We should pass start and end. Positioned, directional, and you can see I don't have any right and left. The left should be start and the right should be end. And again, I have another positioned that directional or positioned directional. The right should be end and the left should be start. And I have one more position that directional. It doesn't matter for this because both of them is 0, but start and end. Let's test our application, and you can see the problem is solved. Very nice. The only thing that is remaining is testimony items. Let's fetch our testimony items. I go to my home, add data, and inside of data I want to create new file called testimony repository.dart, class testimony repository, future list of testimony. I don't have any testimony, but get testimonies. Let's create a domain. And inside of this I have file called testimony.dart, class testimony with underline $sign testimony. And first of all, I have to add part testimony.freezed.dart part testimony.j.dart, And in here, I want to copy and paste the stuff because we can save sometimes. And yeah, let's add our, let's import this. And the only thing that I have to do is freeze. Let's run the Dart build runner. Okay, and in testimony here I have to import my testimony item. It's abstract class, and I have to create a remote testimony repository .dart, and I want to copy all the things that I want, import, oh, I have to rename this testimony and testimony, and I can import testimony, import test. You can see everything is the same. I have to add a Riverpod, and everything is good. Let's run our build runner. Oh, I do rank repository. Okay, and go to presentation, home page, home controller, and in here I have get testimony provider, testimonies, and I have to add my final list of testimony. And our testimonies here. Very nice. The only thing that we should to do is in here, in testimony list, in testimony item, I have final testimony, and a final. Okay. In here, image.network, the src should be testimony.avatar. The name should be testimony.name because our name is doesn't have need to add a locale for those. And in here, we want to show the exact testimony text, and everything is good. And in here, we should get final list of testimonies, add a final here, testimonies index, and item count is testimony.length. Exact same thing here. I want to copy and paste and add a required field here. And testimonies index, the item count is testimony.length. Final, I have the same list here. And everything is good. In home page, testimony list is state.value.testimonies. Let's run our app. And you can see I have all of my testimonies here, and everything is good. And I can change the locale, this English. And yeah, I like it. We have all the things that we want. And the only thing that I want to do is add a link, add a clickable because these are not clickable yet. I want to add a clickable functionality for all of these items to redirect user to another page. As you know, for example, the testimony list, the testimony item has a styled card. In a styled card, I want to add in my pubspec YAML, add URL, launcher, this is a package that I want to use, and inside of my styled card I want to wrap this stack with a builder, wrap with builder, and the builder is a link. What is the link? Is we should use the link for URL launcher. And what is the link? It has a URI, and the URI is uri.parse widget.link. We don't have any link, but we should add final string link. It's optional. And after that, the target in where we want to open this link target dot blank, because we want to add another new tab for that. And the builder has a context and follow link. And I can wrap my stack with the widget called inkwell. And for untap, I can add a follow link. The only thing that I have to do is this dot link. And for example, for testimonies, if I go to testimony item, I can add link. The link is testimony.link. Let's test our app. You can see currently I can tap. When I press, nothing happened because we are not in the web. And we should add configuration for macOS, but because we want to build for web, let's run our application in web. In here, when I tap my another link, you can see the YouTube will open, specific comments will be shown. Hello guys, and you can see this is the highlighted comment is here, the exact thing that I press. For example, when I press now, we can say that, for example, this testimony.
Hello guys,
you can see
this full
the highlighted
we wanna
Okay, untap is work, but we have other stuff for experiences and course. We have a problem to loading pictures here. We should fix this, but for now, let's add our links. In experience body experiences item, we have a link experience dot link. For courses, we have a link course dot link. And you can see all of my course now. Why it's not open? You can see the Linxy Live opened. The course will be opened. All of the links work. And yeah, that's it.
Guys, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you have any question, any challenge, please comment below. I try to respond all of them, and also you can join the Discord channel. Once again, thanks for supporting me. See you soon.